और थोड़ा बीच में लेके आइए। Good morning, everyone. I would request you all to be seated. We would start with our session in about 2 minutes. A very good morning to all of you. My name is Monmi Barwa, and on behalf of the YCC team, I would like to welcome you all to Day 3 of the Youth Climate Conclave 2023. As you all must be aware, YCC is being co-organized by the delegation of the European Union to India in partnership with UNICEF, GIZ, TERI, and CEEW, with the Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change as the nodal ministry. I'm sure by now you all, must be agreeing with me that the conclave, it seeks to engage the Indian youth in a positive and a proactive way in science-based discussions on most relevant climate change issues, and in the process, ultimately identify opportunities for youth and governments to drive joint action to fulfill climate change agenda. I would like to give you a brief background if any one of you must have missed the session yesterday. Day 2 was interspersed with an inaugural session, which was held in the presence of esteemed dignitaries and our YCC alumni. We also covered technical sessions on the Youth Pledge, interlinkages with Mission Life, nuts and bolts of climate change, its impact, the corrective measures, learnings from COP20, G20 developments, including Y20 mission. There were also avenues where youth were engaged in a Q&A session where, with our experts. And also the photography exhibition was also inaugurated yesterday at the Italian Cultural Center with the 12 shortlisted photos from this year, among which many of you are here already, and also the winners of the photos from the past 3 editions that we had since 2019. So with this brief background, we would now look forward to the sessions scheduled for today. And our first session is India Acts, focusing on updated NDC, LT, LEDC, LEDS, climate action in India and life, and the role of private sector. We have with us Mr. Sumit Prasad. He's the program lead at CEEW to set the theme. We also have Ms. Kaveri Ashok, Senior Associate from CSTEP, Ms. Ruchika Dhral. She's the Deputy Secretary at Climate Change Division of MOEFCC. Mr. Kumar Anurag Pratap, he's the Vice President and CSR Leader at the Capgemini. And we also have our vibrant youth, Ms. Lakshishika Pawar. She's from Dayal Singh College, University of Delhi. May I request all the speakers to join at the dais and proceed the session.
Uh, a warm good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here, Terry, to moderate this very important session on India's acts. Um, Let me just start by saying the importance of, doing the climate action at its present state. We have been negotiating on climate change for about last 30 years, and there has been varied form of the negotiations. We started with a common but differentiated responsibility, understanding that the developed countries need to take the lead in their climate actions, and slowly and gradually we're moving towards the Paris Agreement now, implementation of the Paris Agreement, where all the countries are now have come up with their NDCs. Right? But despite these efforts, we are not on track towards meeting our long-term goals on the climate actions. And that is where, we need to sort of have these important conversations again and again to understand that what are we doing and reflect on the things that, where we can improvise within ourselves, and so that we can reduce that gap coming from the lenses of to achieve that global climate goal that we have on our mind, that is 1.5 degrees Celsius by the end of this century, to limit our global warming to that particular time. Like moving forward, as the panelist has already been introduced, I'm very privileged today to be a part of this distinguished panelist. I think we'll start first with Ms. Ruchika Raj. She comes from the Government of India's lenses. I would request her to sort of, give her brief insights on, the need for India to act on this climate change. Ma'am, the floor is all yours. I think you can use, in case you can use it from speak from here.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and it's my indeed absolute pleasure to be part of this gathering this morning with such young and bright faces. So thank you very much once again for inviting me to this event. And I also had the privilege of being part of the launch of the photography competition for the Climate Conclave, and I'm sure and we have seen the response to that particular competition. The response has been overwhelming, and we were really glad to see the perspective of the different individuals, how they see climate change as an issue, and how what kind of solutions they envisage for the same. So, talking specifically on the session we have today this morning, that is on India's acts with respect to climate action, I would like to give you a brief background of what India as a country has been doing in terms of the climate action. We all know that India has been one of the leaders from the very beginning in terms of its commitments to, for the climate action. And it was one of the first few countries which submitted its nationally determined contributions to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And recently, just going by the standard we have set, we are once again one of the first few who have updated our nationally determined contributions. So India last year in August 2022 updated its nationally determined contributions. There has been a substantial increase in the targets that we have set for ourselves. The target for the reduction of the emission intensity of the GTP has been increased from 33% to 45% now, to be achieved by 2030. On the same lines, the target for the cumulative electric power capacity from the non-fossil sources has also been increased from 40% to 50% by 2030. And if you see, the progress that we have made so far has been commendable, and we have kind of overachieved our targets with respect to the time frame that we are in. And further to what we have committed, we have also submitted our long-term low carbon emission development strategy to UNFCCC, that is LT LEDS we call in brief. So this LTLETs basically sets out the pathway for the country to achieve the net zero by 2070. And India's vision for a low carbon development is very much, considering the needs for the energy demand that is being created by the growth of the economy, at the same time eradicating the poverty that is prevalent in the country, and also achieving the sustainable development goals at the same time. So we can see that the pathway we have set for ourselves gives us the roadmap for the low carbon emission development. However, it does nowhere compromise with the economic growth aspirations of the country, with the aspirations of our people and our developmental requirements. They are very much in line with the developmental needs. The low carbon strategy nowhere compromises with that. And this low carbon strategy basically gives the indicative pathway that covers different sectors, it covers different aspects, and it gives a broad guideline on how the particular sector should be evolving to be able to achieve the net zero by 2070. And at the national level, I'm sure most of you would already be aware that the National Action Plan on Climate Change has been the overarching policy framework for the climate action in the country. And this NAPCC is being actually implemented through different missions, which are being led by different line ministries. From time to time, these missions are being updated, and the new missions are being added to be able to meet the emerging needs of the economy. For example, the mission on health and human health and climate change has been recently added to National Action Plan on Climate Change. Then, if we talk about the latest budget that the government has released for the year 2023-24, we can see that green growth is one of the 7 priority items or the priorities of the budget that we have today. The other priorities include very much the youth power, the financial sector, the inclusive development, reaching the last mile, infrastructure and investment, and unleashing the potential that we have in our country. Parallelly, Government of India is implementing various policies and programs that focus on green fuel, green energy, green farming, green mobility, greening buildings, and greening equipment. All these programs and policies not only help in leading us to a low carbon development, at the same time it will generate a lot of green jobs and opportunities for the young generation. So looking at those policies and the frameworks and the new programs that are being launched by Government of India, the coming generation, that is the you people, need to be prepared for these kind of opportunities and sensitize yourselves with the specific requirements of these opportunities. Now, coming to the humans, like we people are actually the center of the problem that we have at hand. That is the issue of climate change. It has been the result of the anthropogenic activities that we have been, carrying out across the centuries. However, we are also part of the solution also. The solution also needs to come from us as humans. Therefore, channelizing the mindset of the masses holds enormous impact and can be very instrumental in achieving the target that we have set for ourselves. Realizing this potential, only the Honorable Prime Minister of our country has launched or given the vision for life, that is the lifestyle for environment, to spur a movement, a global movement for environmentally conscious lifestyles. So this mission life, that is lifestyle for environment, basically calls for a shift from mindless and wasteful consumption to mindful and deliberate utilization. It basically aims at mobilizing the masses, at least 1 billion people, including Indians and citizens across the globe, to adopt lifestyles that are environment friendly and also have minimum harmful impact on the planet. So these kind of missions calls for individual action and also the collective action, which can be highly impactful. On the same lines, at COP27, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change had launched a compendium of some of the best practices that come from India that embody the ethos of life. These are the daily activities that are very much embedded into our culture. The compendium is called the Prayas Se Prabhav Tak. I encourage all of you to please go through that compendium and see which all measures or the lifestyle best practices that are mentioned there can be adopted in our daily lives. I'm sure you will find it useful. Further, the broader mission or the broader aim of the mission life is to basically create a global network of individuals or the community of pro-planet people. That is P3 we call in brief. So the objective is to create this community of pro-planet people who have a shared commitment to adopt and promote environment-friendly lifestyles. I encourage you all to please be part of this global community and spread the word to the maximum. And your generation is actually very critical in terms of the future of our country. And you are very much instrumental in defining the future course that we are going to have. So I'm sure the discussions that we have been having for the last 2 days and today also will help you prepare yourself better in terms of making more meaningful contributions in the evolving country, which is moving towards net zero by 2070, and at the same time is also moving towards meeting its developmental objective. I can see that there have been very interesting activities that have been planned during the Youth Climate Conclave. I could see that there is a debate, there is a working group discussions, and finally development of the pledge for the youth for climate action. So these are some of the activities which I'm sure will help you place yourself in the scheme of things that are there around you. It will definitely help you chart out a role for yourself, and I encourage you to participate in all these activities with all the enthusiasm. I am really delighted to see that the whole agenda for the climate conclave, for the youth climate conclave, has been designed very beautifully and thoughtfully to be able to sensitize you with the different aspects of the climate change science, policy, action, negotiations, the mission life. So it broadly touches all the aspects of the climate change space and climate change action. So I'm sure it will help you carve out the path for you people. Looking at you people, I also remember as a student I used to come to IHC 15 years back and attending all these conferences and discussions wherever possible. And now I see all those things have really helped me identify what I really need to do. So I'm sure you will get benefited out of this youth conclave. At our times we did not have any youth specific conclaves. However, we tried ourselves to fit into different discussions or the events that were happening around that time. And I'm also, happy to share with you that one of my first few events on climate change was actually in this very much hall. So I can, really relate to what all of you, must be feeling. But I'm sure this generation is, much more sensitized and much more alert than what we were. So we expect you to do, better than what we have been able to do. So wish you all the best for this conclave and for a great future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for just outlining extremely well the position of India and the efforts that India have been outlining so far. It's remarkable to see the vision, the long-term vision that the government of India and the ministry has it towards, towards this very critical issues at this present stage. And I'm very happy that, we do see ourselves at a very position there where we want to sort of address these problems at ourselves, at our own standing positions, right, rather than depending upon that international resources to come at first place. While that is also important, but then we want to be prepared about it with respect to the action that we want to take it. That comes from the very fact that the long-term target of the net zero 2070 itself is a very very courageous target that the government of India has taken up. So I must commend the government of India for these efforts, and we look forward for such to support these initiatives in all fronts. Moving forward, I would like to now invite Kaveri to just build upon the conversations which ma'am just raised it, and highlight some of the important policies and measures that the government of India has been taking on this space. Kaveri, the floor is yours. Thank you.
So my task is both made easy and difficult by Ruchika ma'am, because I'll try to take forward that one step. She's covered most of the ground as much as possible. Could you project the presentation, please? So I'm sure you're all adequately oriented towards understanding the policies and measures of India by now, because Dr. Livleen and team has done a wonderful job setting the floor to the agenda, as I was seeing from the documents. So let me first set a brief context to India's policies and measures, what shapes India's policies and measures in this context. So first, this is a very often used graph in this context, which is the correlation of energy and well-being. So it is seen that there is a strong correlation between energy use and living standards, and that the graph that is below shows the state of different countries that is on this index right now. So as you can see, India is pretty much down there with the least amount of energy consumption per capita and human development index. So the decoupling thresholds, the point at which that we don't need to consume a lot more to gain more human development, is found at 20,000 USD per capita GDP and 74 gigajoule per capita primary energy. And India currently stands at 2,320 USD GDP and 26 gigajoule per capita energy demand. So the point I'm trying to make is that we are very much on the rise right now. This is another graph that shows the same thing, where which shows that India is currently third among the annual emissions internationally, and while the per capita emissions are among the lowest. But rapid development is underway via industrialization and rapid urbanization. So emissions could spiral, and therefore India holds the key for global climate action to meet the 1.5-degree goal, despite negligible historical responsibility. So India's future and India's policies are navigating a delicate balance between climate and development. So in climate commitments, like ma'am had mentioned, we have given very ambitious commitments, including achieving net zero emissions by 2070, and signed several international agreements, including the Paris Agreement most significantly. And for development, we need to achieve a lot of our human development goals, achieve economic growth consistently, and also people aspire for a certain quality of life. So with this context, let's take a look at India's policies and measures. So the overall policy direction has been beautifully encapsulated by Ruchika ma'am. So there is the NDC targets, which we recently updated, which aims at reducing the emissions intensity of GDP by 45% and meeting 50% of our power production capacity via non-fossil based power sources, and also creating additional carbon sink via forest and tree cover. And there is also the mission life that focuses on individual behavior, conscious consumption, and sustainable lifestyle, and while also leveraging local climate friendly norms and practices. Ultimately, all of this is going to lead to net zero emissions by 2070. And we have recently submitted our long-term low emission development strategy that encapsulates all of this. So just, I thought in this slide, what we could do is we can look at the key elements of the long-term strategy and how they map with the different policies that Indian government has. So first and foremost, we have the low carbon electricity systems, which is very important because power systems are responsible for a major chunk of emissions in the country. And there is a solid policy package that this stands on, which includes the NDC target that I just mentioned and must-run status for the renewable power plants, as well as boosting domestic manufacturing via PLIs, which was announced in the budget a year back. Then we have the integrated, efficient, inclusive, low-carbon transport system, which again is supported by a slew of policies, which includes the biofuel blending targets, EV policy package, both incentivizing the consumers to take in more EVs, as well as the suppliers' perspective. Then we have the logistics policies that look at the hard to decarbonize freight sector, how that can be decarbonized. And we have the railways that has declared its own net zero target by 2030. Then sustainable urbanization is another key focus area, which is affected by a lot of policies, including the Housing for All scheme, which also is a sustainable development goal that we want to meet. And there are a lot of building codes and bylaws that the states particularly come in this particular element. And there are several national missions on urban transformation and sustainable habitats that support this goal. There is also the goal of achieving innovative low emission industrial system, which is again supported by the perform, achieve and trade mechanism, which incentivizes heavy industries to operate more efficiently. There is a resource efficiency policy that reduces the pressure on environment by methods like recycling materials wherever possible, such as steel recycling. There is a green hydrogen mission that has gained considerable traction, the budget this year also announced specific targets for this. And there is the carbon dioxide removal technology solutions, which has consistently featured in India's ask in the international technology transfer and climate finance. And we also have set up several centers for excellence to advance R&D in this field. And ultimately, we have the enhancing forest and vegetation cover goal, which again features in our NDCs enhanced, and several policies like the National Mission for Green India, National Afforestation Program, and so on. So the big picture is that we have a comprehensive policy framework that is equipped for climate-aware development going forward, and implementation mechanisms and regulatory framework and the states generally need to be strengthened to keep up with such a comprehensive policy framework that we have. The most important thing towards this would be to foster effective partnerships between the central government, states, industries, and the public generally. And also, while all this is happening in the national and the state front, we also need consistent efforts for fulfillment for global responsibilities towards India in terms of climate finance and technology transfer. So in this context, I would like to talk a little bit about our work at CSTEP, which is the Safari model. It's a sustainable alternative futures for India model, in which achievement of human development goals is a key metric and driver for the model, which is very much in lines of sustainable development goals. It covers major sectors of the economy and the interlinkages between them. And we have over 80 plus levers that can be adjusted to create multitudes of scenarios, which includes these policy levers that I just mentioned. And there is a user interactive decision support system to build integrated scenarios for the users themselves. If this is something that interests you, I invite you all to take a look at our website to understand more. And I thought we can have this small exercise if this interests you. If you can scan the QR code with your phone and just enter what is the first word or phrase that comes to your mind when you hear net zero emissions in India. Alternatively, you can also join via slido.com by entering this code 1732772. Maybe I do not want to take the time for, so while it happens, you can move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaveri. Will you be seeing? Could you just bring back the presentation? We would like to see the results for that poll. Interesting. So that's what it looks like, the different perspective that when it comes to net zero emissions. Circular economy, it's right. Thanks, Kaveri, for this, very deep presentation on the long-term strategy. It's clear that, our long-term strategies are very comprehensive in terms of their breadth and understanding in the areas that we intend to sort of address as we move forward to. While this all these efforts are aligning towards, addressing the government's efforts on the climate action, it's also really important to see the other part of the climate actions, right? Let me just give a brief here a little bit about the basic climate actions and how the gaps are being addressed, right? Within the UN system, there are two set of entities. One is the party, that is basically the governments who are, who basically commit to their commitments in form of the NDCs and the long-term strategies as well as the net zero strategies, right? These are basically the government representatives and negotiating on various aspects. But despite that, we see that, there has been gap in the climate actions that we've not been able to sort of bridge it. And hence comes the important role of, the non-state actors, basically the civil societies, the business entities, the regions and the cities and the subnational actors and everybody else, right? And in today's world, I mean, I just visited today morning, early in the morning at the university website. I realized that there are 13,000 companies across the globe who have committed to some sort of commitments of climate action with, Triple C, right? There are hundreds of, thousands of cities in the regions who have also come up with their new climate innovations, right? So we are increasingly seeing, the role of, the non-party stakeholders also coming up and strengthening our global fight on climate action. So with this, sir, I would like to invite you to speak about on the role of, the non-party stakeholders, as we will be coming back to the polls sooner once we have it here. So yeah.
Are we done with this?
We'll come back to it.
Done with this, then we'll start. Otherwise, I know that people are on their mobile phone and then they are clicking. The moment you're done, I have all the time in the world to wait. This is called, in business sense, a nice disruptor. It's sheer privilege to be around here. Privilege to be around with young minds, young souls, young thought processes, people who are thinking in a very fresh manner, people who are bringing in newer perspective to solutions, people who are bringing in newer ideas to the table. And it's sheer privilege to be around here. Sheer privilege to talk about some things that the non-state actors are doing. This is such a threatening word sometimes, non-state actors. We have lived with the term like private sector, we have lived with the term like civil society, we have lived with the terms like non-governmental organizations, but the moment you bring in the non-state actors, it becomes very threatening to, but nonetheless, this I guess the decade that we all are living in is a decade of certain realization. One is that environment is no more a page 3 subject. Environment is no more a topic that we all tended to romanticize once upon a time. Environment is not about planting trees and taking and clicking photographs and putting it on our Facebook and talking so gladly about what we have done. But environment these days is something that we all realize that this is not something which is nice to do, but something that we all need to do and must do. And that's where corporates are also moving in there. Corporates have realized that this is not something, a term that we should be talking about on one single day every year, but there's one particular term which needs to be talked very frequently in all possible forums and platforms there, because they realize that environment makes good business sense also. They realize that environment makes good bottom line margins also. They realize that environment is something which is good for, not just for a larger world that we are living in, but environment is also good for the business that we all are doing. That's one realization that has happened in the last 1 decade or so. Second is that there's increasingly, I'll say, a cadre of corporate employees who have started become very conscious about the identity of being environmentally conscious group there. And that is acting as a differentiator also for many of the corporates to be seen as someone who are sensitive to the whole cause of environment there. And this differentiator is enabling them hire the right kind of talent there, because these days youth are not just reaching out to a corporate, looking into the profile, looking into the salary, but they're also looking into the kind of identity that particular corporate is bringing in there. And that's one of the reasons why these days you'll find many of the corporates who are seen as a very socially and environmentally conscious group, because they want to build an identity of they being someone who are really serious about environment there. Third is another trend that's happening there. Credit goes to government, credit goes to many of the research institutes, credit goes to all of you also in all possible sense that increasingly corporates are coming out with their net zero targets there. Increasingly corporates are coming out with their deadlines also. For example, at Capgemini, what we are saying that we'll become by 2025 carbon neutral. What we are also saying that by 2040 we'll become a net zero company. Increasingly, you'll find many of the corporates are coming out in the public space saying that we'll become carbon neutral, we'll become net zero entities. They are also coming out with not just what is called reducing emission initiative there at their own hand, but they're also bringing in huge amount of investment on making sure that their operation becomes green in a number of ways. And that is, I'll say, I guess both are working somewhere. A huge amount of investor level push, which is forcing them to rethink on their strategies. Second is the whole realization that being environmentally conscious doesn't mean that you will be losing money, but being environmentally conscious means that you are going to make more money. That is also shifting corporates to move into this particular space there. Fourth is that there is increasingly, and that's for all of you to also feel very, I'll say, join the space and join the platform there. There is increasingly, I'll say, incubators there, which are facilitated, promoted, encouraged, supported by many of these corporates, which are talking about identifying newer ideas in the area of environment sustainability there. In the area of climate change there. And there is a new term that we all have started talking in corporate space is climate justice. And this becomes very important because one is climate change. Second is the moment you start talking climate purely from the justice point of view, the whole paradigm shift happens when you start looking into this particular term. So there is huge impetus given by many of the corporates, including Capgemini, on supporting newer ideas through their incubation, pre-incubation level. And that's where this community brings in the fresh ideas there. This community brings in the rotten ideas there. Because we have tried out, we have failed, we have created the problem that you all are trying to solve. We are, I'll say, a bunch of people who made the problem much more acute there, and you are the people who are trying to solve it. And that's where the corporates have realized that there is a need to what is called provide a platform where newer ideas can be then I'll say encouraged to flourish, encouraged to seed, encouraged to what is called get the kind of attention that they are seeking there. And that's where I've seen in the last few years some of the very bright ideas coming in there. Some of them were speaking yesterday, that's what I heard. And I'm sure this particular cohort, when you will go out, you will be also looking into some of the ideas that or there are ideas there in your mind which you feel you're looking for someone to help you, support you to give the shape to it. That's what corporates these days have started doing it. There are organizations like Terry and others also who are what is called creating the right kind of spaces for these voices to get articulated, these voices to get magnified, these voices to get amplified also. So I'm like, we are in I'll say, a space which is, when we look at the challenge, is becoming critical day by day. But when I look at on the solution front, I do see a huge amount of hope there. Hope in terms of government saying that, hey, we do acknowledge and we are coming out with our priorities, not just priorities, but as rightly pointed out, we are also coming out with our financial allocations. Because I strongly feel that priorities minus financial allocations are just rhetoric. You need to what is called match your policies with financial outlays there. Then only it becomes something which is very powerful there, and that's what government is doing in a very strategic manner. I do see number of support groups, number of research groups, number of, I'll say, anchors who are around there who are trying to facilitate dialogue like this, facilitate the policy framework, facilitate some of the discussion in a way that the problem becomes much more simpler for us to really look into and then find solutions there. And then I do see a very socially conscious and environmentally rooted corporates who are being very clear that this is one particular problem that we all need to join hand to solve it. Because I'll be very clear that none of us can say that I'm going to solve it all alone. None of us have the wherewithal, none of us have the strength, none of us have the kind of wisdom to do it. But the moment we combine our energies together, we do have, I'll say, a possible hope to change the discourse, bring in the energy back into this particular game there. And that's where young people can play a very important role. From corporate side, I can say I can request all of you that we need the energy of yours there in this particular space there. We need the wisdom of yours. We need the ideas of yours which are fresh to be incubated in this particular space, so that we can reach to the kind of policy framework that government has come out with. But what I'll also warn, and that's what I was having a discussion before this particular thing, is that with young people, there's a huge amount of energy there, and then there's also this intent of losing the interest very soon and jumping onto something else there. It's like Instagram ka reels hota hai na, when we watch one and then we move to second, we move to third. So bikharne ka shauk se lekar, we can move to so many things within a minute or two itself. Same happens in serious themes also. And that's where we'll have to hold ourselves to say that, hey, yahan pe bikhrenge nahi. Yahan pe let me see that sametega kaun. Sametne ke liye we need to be around there to do it, because otherwise climate is not something that you can do it for a minute in a day or an hour in a week or a day in a month. But climate justice is one particular subject that you'll have to live it for longer period of time, give it much more attention. So this is not going to be a reel, but this should be, I'll say, a kind of web series which are multiple seasons, which needs to come out with, and you need to watch it, you need to become part of it, and you need to rule it and show it the way that it should be doing. So and people like us who are not young anymore in all possible sense are looking at all of you to guide us in this particular journey. with the kind of hope that you all bring in there. So thank you for this opportunity for me to talk about it. And thank you.
So thank you for this very, very clear-cut articulation of some of the clear points. I think what really come out from the conversation, which Sir just narrated, is the focus that, the youth need to sort of bring up on it's the energy that you already have and the ideas that need to be bridged together with these sort of conversation that comes in is the need of the hour. And that's where I think we all would be looking forward to as we move in the next few days of the YCC sessions. I think we are running out of time also, so we should directly move to the question and answer sessions. Would like to invite Divya Tripathi for the first set of the questions. Thank you.
A very delightful morning to one and all present here. Myself, Divya Tripathi. I am from Dayal Singh College, University of Delhi. First of all, thank you so much, speakers, for the wonderful session. I have some questions and would be great if one of the speakers can address. The first question is, what impact does the present nationally determined contributions by nations have on climate change in accordance to the Paris Agreement?
Ma'am, would you like to take this question? Do you have any other set of questions? We'll take it together.
Yes.
Please.
And the second question is, entrepreneurship is a budding concept wherein startups want to initiate newer ideas towards innovation. Are the new age startups keeping in mind the environmental impacts of their businesses?
So, ma'am, you can take the first one, and so you can take the second.
Thank you, Divya, for that question. And I would say that it is a very appropriate question at this time where we have taken the target for ourselves to limit the, global warming within 1.5 degrees Celsius as the global community. However, that target can only be met by the action on the ground. And the action on the ground is guided by the nationally determined contributions that countries have made for themselves to be able to achieve that target. So, I cannot have a very objective answer to this question, whether the NDCs are sufficient, yes or no. However, I would like to highlight that the level of commitments that we have from the countries across the globe don't seem to be sufficient to be able to meet the Paris Agreement targets. That is something that is, unanimously felt and agreed. However, we do see a hope going forward, and we do see, the action building up gradually, and there are, sectors. For example, the hard to abate industrial sectors, which have traditionally been the major contributors to the global carbon emissions, contributing to more than 30% of the global emissions, are coming forward and looking at the ways to reduce their footprint or their emissions. Then there is a private community, there are individuals, there are global communities, there are various platforms where the individuals and the collective groups are trying to take an action towards achieving that goal. However, the NDCs, I would say, still need to be built up and still need to be enhanced, especially by the developed nations, because the historic contribution of the developing nations have been very small compared to what the developed nations have already contributed to. So the developing nations can nowhere compromise on their developmental needs. However, whatever opportunity we have to be able to reduce our carbon emissions while going through that developmental journey, none of the developing countries are shying away from that, including India. But yes, we need to see more action from the developed nation in terms of their domestic action, and also supporting the emerging and developing economies by providing the required technology, by providing the required finance. So I hope I was able to answer the question to some extent, if not completely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
On the second question, you'll be surprised that when you are using your phone, no, all of you are also increasing the emission there. When you do those scroll up, scroll down, you are also increasing that particular thing. The companies which are making money today, if you start calculating the environmental cost of making money, the number of cases, the environmental cost is much more than the profit that they're making there. A number of companies there. I can't name them, but there's huge amount, and no one is calculating that because the environmental cost is not becoming part of your P&L there. Your P&L, you're not bringing in in the materiality discussion the environmental cost there. And the moment you bring in there, you suddenly realize that many of the companies who are showing profit to their shareholders will be in losses there, and will be in major losses there. And the losses are huge. And we are not getting in there because many of us are not even calculating it, that particular thing. One. Second is, it's very important to what's called look into the whole discussion that happened at COP also on north and south countries there, and same happens with startup and established entities there. So the onus cannot be shifted to startups there. Their rate of emission is much lower there, and there are many of them who are very conscious there because they are new age startups. So they do understand the cost of environment there, so they are bringing in that particular element there. But we are leaving the major ones there, and we are not at all talking about the kind of emission that they are bringing in there, because we do not calculate, we do not bring in the environmental cost there. That's one. Second is there's a huge amount of I call it greenwashing that happens there. So we will suddenly someone will say that, hey, I've become a water neutral company there, or hey, I've become a carbon neutral company there. And my take is that how you're calculating it, and who is validating it. And do you have what is called the validating company? Do you all are you all related parties? Or is there any investment that has gone into that particular entity also through other mechanism also there? So these are some of the questions that we'll have to bring in there when we talk about in real sense, whether it's the startup owners on emission reduction, or it should be the bigger companies, bigger outlays, bigger margins, bigger revenues on their paper, bigger top line to really talk about emission in a way that you start really creating the change there. Otherwise, the startup level, I've seen a number of them who are being very conscious there, because startup largely is driven by young people. Young people are largely I always say that younger are it's like a kind of change that happens. The child is innocent, then gradually he or she becomes corrupted, quote unquote. Younger are still at that particular level where they are still innocent there. They are still looking into what is called being good to larger society there. We tend to make them get into something else there. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
I would now like to call Dennis. Please be on stage to also asking questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sumit. So good morning, everyone. I'm Dennis, an undergrad from Delhi University. First of all, let me thank the YCC for giving me this opportunity. Now, my question to the distinguished panelist is, comparing with the situation a few decades back, do you believe that society is comparatively more active towards the ideals of life? And regarding decarbonization and climate resilient pathways, I want to ask the distinguished panelists, by 2023, what physical transformations that have been laid under LT LEDs for decarbonization and climate resilient development in India?
Thank you, Dennis, for that question. If I got you right, you want to understand if the society today is more responsible or, environmentally conscious than we had, earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can say that what I believe is that the society today is more informed and educated with respect to the impacts that they might have on the climate and how they can mitigate it. However, I will, at the same time want to highlight that the society that we had, a couple of centuries back or a few decades back was actually subconsciously sustainable. Our practices or the lifestyle that we had in the traditions of India or rest of the world, I would say that the earlier societies were without having understanding of the possible negative impacts. They were inherently sustainable, and the lifestyles were more environment friendly. However, in today's time, we need to make effort to make our life sustainable or the lifestyle sustainable. So definitely we are more educated and we are more conscious these days. However, it has become little difficult for us to go back to the sustainable lifestyles that our ancestors, subconsciously had in our ethos and in our culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruchika.
Could you repeat your second question, please?
Yeah. It was, by 2023, what physical transformations have been laid under LT LEDs for decarbonization and climate resilient development in India?
So, ma'am can add to this, but LT LEDs is an overall direction for the country. So there is no specific physical infrastructure that has been laid out for 1 year, but the budget that came out earlier this, February, is a good indication of what will come. So there is a budget outlay for green hydrogen mission. So that kind of infrastructure might come through. There is the millet mission. So there will be more undertakings in that direction. So that is a good indicator to check, is what my sense is.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Kaveri. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dennis. I think with this, we are moving towards the conclusion remark, and I would like to invite Lakshishka for, give the conclusion remark for the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, YCC, for providing me with this immense opportunity to be here with people full of diligent minds. I'm Lakshishka Pawar. Good morning, everyone. I have been working with WHO regarding health-minded and sustainability development goals. And I was also awarded as the best speaker in Asia-Africa Model United Nations under UNHRC committee. So today's opening session, the title, India Act's Focus on Updated NTC LTLEDs, Climate Action in India, Life and Role of Private Sector. All the speakers made this session really insightful. First of all, starting with Mr. Sumit, who moderated this session very beautifully. And then it was done by Ms. Ruchika, who talked about Indian policies, which was introduced, and the actions regarding the same.
So first, we talked about how there has been increase of 40 to 50% non-fossil resources by 2030, and how LEDs focus on energy, demand, and SDG goals as well. And we talked about that how that India's budget, like government budget, is focusing on green growth, which will also create green job opportunities in the future. And vision of life, which is how the mindless and wasteful consumption can be converted into mindful consumption. And we also talked about P3, Global Network, which is pro-planet people, which is also a good initiative. And then Ms. Kaveri highlighted all these policies in detail. First, we discussed about the graph, which talked that how there is coordination between energy use and living standards, and how India is contributing in a good way. And then we talked about that how 1.5 degrees Celsius target, India plays a very key element in that area. Then we have a target of net zero emission by 2070, which was the target led in LEDs as well, which focus on low carbon transport system, sustainable urbanization, CO2 technology solution as well, and how we are focusing on partnership and consistent efforts as well. And then lastly, we also talked about Safari model, which focused on human development goals and major sectors of economy and how they are interlinked with each other. And lastly, Mr. Kumar Anurag Pratap focused that how the role of private sector is there, which is interlinked to Indian policies as well. Like how the corporate individual employees are getting very conscious regarding the environment, and how there is a corporate space regarding it, which is being focused upon, and how Indian policy is playing a great role in that as well. Hope that you all were able to understand the sessions and the lines as well. And, these policy matter definitely needs collaborative efforts of each one of us present here. As it is rightly said, a dream you dream alone is only a dream. A dream you dream together is reality. Let's hope that whatever we have discussed today, we will definitely contribute in making this a reality. And thank you, everyone, for being a patient audience.
Thank you, Lakshika. I would now like to invite, Ms. Viveka Jaini for the major takeaways from the session for Youth Pledge. Please come on stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the panelists as well. That was certainly a very insightful session that we had, and also quite heartening to hear, what sort of action is already and what sort of initiatives are already existing in India. So it's certainly heartening and inspiring for young people to hear that, at a policy level or at a organizational level or a think tank level, there's just so much that is happening, so much for, us to get involved in and absorbed in. So we'll kind of repeat what we did yesterday after our sessions. Thank you so much. Right. So we can, if we have the Mentimeter from yesterday, we can, just give our, what were the key insights or the key points that are, your takeaways from this session. What was something new that you got to, learn from our esteemed panelists? And what else would you like to know? Like if you want to get involved in this stream in climate action, what is something that you are still kind of seeking to understand and learn more about? Okay, if we while we're getting the Menti up, maybe like a few volunteers who feel like they want to share, what was something that was like, let's talk about like 3 takeaways that you had from this session. If there's anybody who wants to kind of, talk about what was something new that they learned? Anyone?
So I want to ask a question that when we talk about net zero emissions, so we can say that we can minimize our carbon emissions, but we can't eliminate it. So doesn't it seem unrealistic when we say that we will have net zero emissions? And also when we talk about the low carbon strategy, it is indicative, not mandatory.
Would any of our panelists like to kind of answer that?
Hi, thank you for bringing up that question so that we can actually clarify the concept to the larger audience. You have kind of answered your question yourself. It is net zero emissions, not the zero emissions. So we definitely realize, and everyone realizes that for any kind of activity we do, there are going to be emissions associated with it. So we can never have zero emissions while we are continuing with our lives and with the economy. However, we are trying to balance the positive emissions by the negative emissions. So the net has to be zero. It is not zero emissions. And that you asked, I guess.
That the low carbon strategy is indicative, not mandatory. So
Absolutely, absolutely. So the point is that the low carbon strategy basically gives the pathway or the indicative roadmap to the different sectors how they can ultimately reach net zero. However, it is not mandatory, and it is up to the sectors to develop the specific strategies, and it is kind of giving the liberty to the emitters to be able to reduce their emissions without imposing any binding conditions on them. So the stand or the point of the government is to help the industry navigate themselves through to the net zero target without having any legal or regulatory obligations on them, so that their competitive advantage or the competitive performance within the market is not hampered. So we don't want the industries to stop. We don't want to reduce the emissions from the energy sector in the sense that people don't end up using energy. We want people to use energy. We want people to continue with their development aspirations. However, it needs to be done in a very environmental friendly manner wherever possible. So it is definitely a strategy. It is a guidance and not an obligation. Hope I answered.
yes, ma'am. And ma'am, you just said about positive and negative emissions. So what is the difference?
Emission reduction or emission mitigation is negative emissions. When you reduce the emissions, that is the negative emission. So the net has to be zero.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. For example, carbon capture and sequestration technology. What you do is you take emissions from the atmosphere or from the process and then capture and sequester it or use it in some other process. When you plant trees or when you do afforestation, you are basically absorbing the emissions from the atmosphere. So those are the negative emissions.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. So yeah, we'll continue with the questions for sure. But we've got the Menti up. So, with your smartphones, your laptops, if you have any sort of technology with you right now, just log on to menti.com. The code for today's session is 2871591. It's there on the top if you can read. For those in the back, the code is 2871 59.1. So you can just start adding your inputs for both the questions. What was something new that you learned from the session we had right now? And what is something else that you'd like to learn more about? And in the meantime, while you're adding your inputs and your feedback, we can certainly open the floor for more questions if there are any. I know there was one hand raised at the back over there. Do we have a microphone there?
Yeah, so in the session, it was mentioned that in India's like goals for this year, you had climate change, and then there is constructions and involvement in economy. But how do you do all three of them at once? Because there is only there's a limit at how much you can do without like blocking another. So how do you like do all 7 priorities?
Any of our panelists wants to kind of attest how, we kind of focus on 7 different priorities at the same time? Is that your question? How do we kind of come together and focus on all 7 priorities?
No, it's like the one of the 3 of the 7 priorities are like climate change. You have climate change and like solving that. Then you also have economical stability, and then you also have constructions and like stuff like that. But then how do you do all 3 of them? There's a limit to how much you can do without like breaking another thing. So
Thank you for that question. Could you please identify yourself and also the course you are studying?
I'm Siren Prasad. I'm in class 7.
Oh, thank you for that insightful question, I would say, for your age. You have very, rightly observed that we have priorities which are sometimes conflicting from each other. I think that is what you're trying to say, that we have aspirations for the construction, at the same time we have targets or the commitment for the climate action. I think I would like to answer it this way, like when you have a clean slate or you have a clean canvas, you have the opportunity to use it the way you want to do it, right? But once you have already built something, it is very difficult to change those things. So I would say that India as a developing nation, or India as a growing nation, has challenge as well as opportunity to contribute to climate action while meeting its developmental needs. Because while we are building all that infrastructure, we can look at the sustainable or environment friendly products that can be used. For example, we are constructing a lot of roads across the country, the highways or the expressways. There are technologies which are being studied and which are being developed to use the waste material, the municipal solid waste, in road construction. So these roads can actually be our sustainable dumping grounds for so much of waste that we are generating. So this is just a small example. I just wanted to tell you that while you are constructing the things, or while you are still in the process of building the things, you still have opportunity to select the environment friendly product, environmental friendly practices. However, once you have done that, there is very limited that you can do. So this is the reason we have these different priorities, but the ultimate objective of all of them is actually the same. Hope I was able to answer to some extent.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? There's one hand raised here and then a second over here. And oh yes, she's also been waiting. All right, we've got some time, so we can take a couple of questions. Either of one of you want to? Yes. Thanks.
So my question is for Miss. Kaveri Ashok. And I want to ask if all the countries' NDCs actually stop us from reaching 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming in terms of environmental models.
You've read this somewhere, that all the NDCs not reaching up to 1 point. Yeah, that is true. The commitments are not nearly aggressive enough for it to reach the goals of reaching limiting the global warming to 1.5 degrees. But that's the whole crux of international negotiations that go on at COP. I think you were oriented to it yesterday's sessions. So yeah, that's the big challenge that will be they will be dealing with it in the next COP as well. Where to agree, how much is too much to agree, and how much climate finance should we ask for to realize this goal. So this is a wicked problem right now, that everybody is dealing with it at the same time. Yeah, right now the goals are not nearly as good enough. We need to do much more.
They've already kind of doing it
Next, ma'am.
simultaneously.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me? Can you? Okay, so my name is Neeti Shetty. I'm studying regulatory policy and governance in Tata Institute of Social Sciences. So I have three small questions for you. So since we spoke about NDCs, which means when we have to achieve net zero, we are coming up with new technologies, which means we need new skills. I'm particularly talking about the technical skills. So, since new skills are coming up, we also need financing infrastructure or even financing models to learn these skills. And since these skills need to reach to the youth, especially in the rural parts of the country, is India doing something on financing these skills for the rural youth? And the second question that I have is particularly for Kumar Anurag Pratap sir. So we spoke about greenwashing and ESG framework. Like ESG is like a buzzword these days in corporates. So what is Indian government doing to combat this particular thing of greenwashing and trying to regulate ESG? Since I'm a student of regulatory policy and governance, that's why I'm interested to know, is India trying to formalize this structure or doing something about it? And third question that I have is, since we just had a discussion on panel that it's no more something that somebody works in climate sector just because they're passionate. Now it has become a need. So should we also make it mandatory for all the education streams? In every education stream, it should become mandatory to learn climate adaptation, mitigation, and things like that.
Thank you for these questions. Answering your first question on the technical skills that are required for these green transitions, you are saying. So, whatever policies and programs are being developed by the country have actually a component of green job creation within those programs. So whatever cabinet note or any policy is being submitted for the approval of the parliament or the cabinet secretariat, there is a component of how it is contributing to green jobs. So this is something that is already being considered by the government, and in order to be able to cater to those green jobs, there are skilling programs or the green skill development programs that are being thought through by the government. The Ministry of Employment and Skill Development, yes, they are working on those things, and I'm sure there are several programs, I would say the vocational programs in different institutions and the universities, which are there to be able to prepare the coming generations for these green jobs. I will give you my example. I studied physics in bachelor's from Delhi University, and I took up my master's in energy efficiency. And at that time, this was nowhere discussed as a subject. But just few years back, we had these Energy Conservation Act. And as a result of that, this program on energy efficiency was developed. So this is how, educational institutions or the universities customize themselves to the needs of the future. And I'm sure the institutions are keeping a track of where the nation is heading at, and I'm sure there will be programs and skilling opportunities for the coming generation to sensitize themselves and prepare themselves for the upcoming opportunities. The second question on greenwashing, this is definitely a concern. That is the reason a lot of work is going around developing the monitoring and evaluation frameworks to bring about consistency in the way we measure, report, and evaluate our carbon footprints or the emissions or emission reduction projects. So at the international level, there is IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which basically provides methodologies to be adopted to quantify the emissions by the countries and also the emission reductions. But I agree that though the frameworks that we have existing right now are not sufficient to cater to all the sectors and all the requirements. There are frameworks being developed, and the issue of data consistency has been realized and is being addressed in different forums. And I'm sure going forward there will be more benchmarks against which the companies can report and provide their environmental performance for the public view. So that is on the second one. And the third question on climate education, I already see a change there, because till graduation, I guess we did not have any subject that touched on the environmental sciences or the climate change sciences or any of those things. But nowadays, even in a second standard or a first standard also, in that curriculum, we see the subject of environmental sciences being taught to the pre-primary children. And the children today are already conscious of the environmental impacts of whatever activities they do. So I'm sure going forward it is going to be integrated in the course curriculum in a better manner, but it has been done to a great extent. And the Ministry of Education is already working on integrating the environmental and climate change sciences at appropriate level in different courses. So this is about it. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry, but we're running out of time now. I'm so sorry. But we do have a tea break right now. We'll break for tea. So you can obviously, if our panelists are still around, you can, continue with your questions and, interact with them. But yeah, I mean, we have to kind of get ahead so that we have time for discussing the pledge, which is kind of the key element of the YCC. So thank you once again to the panelists and for like the really lovely questions that we had. A lot of them addressed the points that have been listed over here, what's more that you guys can learn about. So thank you everyone, and you can kind of
Thank you, Ms. Viveka, for moderating this session as well. And once again, big thank you to all the speakers for such an enlightening session. It was a great learning I hope it was a great learning for others as much as it was for me. So thank you once again, and I'm sure there might be more questions. But as Ms. Viveka has mentioned, we break for tea now. And if there are speakers here, you can have your questions during the tea break as well. Okay, so thank you again, and we will be back at 11:45. We have our next session, so we will be back with our session on role of youth. Thank you. Should I close after? No. Hello? Or should I just because we will be using it in
where should I?
Welcome back, everyone. We now move to the next session. And as you all must have already gone through the agenda, our next session is a very interesting and the need of the hour session, I would say, which is the role of youth. And for this, we have Dr. Manish Kumar Srivastava. He's a senior fellow at Earth Science and Climate Change Division at TERI. We have with us to set the theme. And we also have other speakers. We have Ms. Priyanka Shindage. She is MYCA Youth Climate Conference of which is at Maharashtra Youth for Climate Action. We have Mr. Ryan Pathak from St. Joseph College, Bangalore. Mr. Arpit Sharma, he is the COO of Skill Council for Green Jobs. We also have Ms. Komal Mittal, who is a public health researcher and youth mentor at the Protect Our Planet POP movement. May I request all the speakers to join at the dais and proceed the session.
Yeah. Okay. Hello. Am I audible? Okay, so welcome to this second session of this conclave today. I have been asked to moderate this session, okay? And I remember not a long time ago, I was on the other side, and I realized that there is no point in moderating the youth, okay? That's my reflection from my decade-old memories. However, what I plan to do is to let you talk as much as you want, but slightly in an orderly manner. And my job here right now is to basically share a few of my experiences to set the tone for discussion, or rather provoke you to think in perhaps slightly a different direction than previous sessions, or what I have heard in many similar gatherings. If you read the introduction to this session, there is one question: how can youth emerge as an equal stakeholder and partner in advancing action on climate change and sustainable development? I'm intrigued by this term called equal stakeholder, okay? Let me tell you, I tried to become an equal stakeholder through similar gatherings 20 years ago, and I'm still trying, okay? The point is, it is important to understand what does being an equal stakeholder mean. And I realized that you cannot be an equal stakeholder and partner unless and until you have something concrete to bargain with others who make active choices. And therefore, it is important to think about the choices that you make. And that's what role is all about. Your role is defined by the choices that you make.
Okay. And therefore, I would reflect on what I have learned about the kind of choices that I should have made, but perhaps did not make. And maybe you will correct the mistakes of past generation. Climate change is all about that, isn't it? Correcting the mistakes of previous generations. So, few points quickly, and I know we started about 20 minutes late, so I will finish with these few points quickly. One is that one has to be an active actor and decision maker. So you have to make sure that your choices matter, globally as well as domestically. Now, one thing I realize in youth conferences, that youth is kind of trapped by the discourses that the senior people are very obsessed about. That is developed countries versus developing countries. I think that's a mistake. Think about it. And you will perhaps think about it when I say about the other points. Why I think youth's choices matter is actually in three domains. One is that you are either already a voter or going to be voters in the next few years, but nobody knows how youth is going to vote, what youth's agenda is. I think it is important for the youth to set and tell the political leadership what should be the election agenda for future is. It's very important. I think it would be great if you come out with your own manifesto for the upcoming election and circulate it. That what do you think should be the agenda on climate change from youth's perspective? And those who are going to be active voters next year, they all make sure that they all, buy into that agenda. That is what I mean by concrete bargaining chip with other stakeholders. That is very powerful instrument in democracy. So don't let others set agenda for you. Set your agenda for yourself and ask others to include your agenda onto their electoral manifestos. Unfortunately, climate change is not on the election agenda of many parties. It finds very marginal reference. That's a very important active choice you can make, you should make. Second, youth is a huge and growing market. So obviously, what kind of products, services you demand actively, that is going to send a very important signal to the way players in the market, particularly the kind of investments that are made, which eventually lead to transition. That's another area where you have an active choice. Whatever you have in your wallet makes you a person with a concrete bargaining chip. And third is trendsetter. So the kinds of narratives that flow around, you have to make, or you can actually make very important interventions in order to steer those narratives. This goes back to election agenda as well. It goes back to the shaping the market. But overall, what kind of questions, values we want to see or are compatible with the idea of sustainable development that you have is important to be asserted, okay? In this age of forwarding 1,000 messages every morning, saying good morning or, whatever, it is important that that landscape is also flooded with the messages that carry the value that you are going to form today. So all that boils down to that, don't be a value taker. Be a value maker, in the sense, what is right and what is wrong, those criteria are to be asserted and set by youth. The violent energy, the aggressive attitude towards life is a very important real bargaining behavioral power that youth has to influence how the decisions are made, how society works. Society will have to engage if you are agitated. And that's where I come to the second point of life briefly. The core theme of life is that how do we build on tradition to make the world sustainable, traditions of different cultures. I think tradition is not just, tradition is all about how you conduct, how you live your life, what you practice. And it is not limited to what has been there for ages. It can be something new. So when you think about your role in carrying forward, implementing the mission on life, think about the values, the practices that you want to carry forward from past, but most importantly, what are the values that you want to assert? What are the new ways of living, new ways of decision-making, new ways of building a society you want to see at work? And I think that's where I would stop and invite our first speaker, Priyanka Shenge. You have, I think, 10 minutes, right? A big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Can we have the presentation? So I have a few slides for you all. Whilst we get the slides, my name is Priyanka Shenge. I work at UNICEF Maharashtra as a state consultant for youth engagement and climate change. So पहले तो मुझे ये पूछना है सबको कि कौन-कौन रूरल एरिया से यहाँ पे आज आए हैं, उनका प्लीज हैंड्स अप. Okay. And the rest of you are all from city areas. So we have a good mix of rural and urban. कल बहुत सारे जनों ने ये पूछा था कि rural से कम लोग आए हैं, but we actually do have a lot of you coming from different districts, villages across India. So very exciting to be speaking to you here today. I'm going to be presenting a few different youth-led initiatives which we do at UNICEF. And starting off, this is the context to how UNICEF is working in the space of youth engagement. So you know that climate crisis is happening. And so it's a big issue for how the child's rights crisis is happening as well. So the climate crisis is a child's rights crisis. So we have to ensure that what the promises which we make right now are led to the future generations. So the present generation, which we are all in, have a very big duty, a responsibility for what we put forward for the future generations. So before I start off, just a few context introduction to what Maharashtra is and what the state is for people who are outside of Maharashtra. So we are a state that is second in the highest population. We have industrialization, which is booming. Urbanization is happening. We have a tribal population that's massive amongst other states of India. And we also have the third longest coastal belt. Two of my youth are here who are from coastal areas, who work very closely in beach cleanup drives, drive a lot of youth engagement in their local communities. So I encourage you to speak to them and as well. So Maharashtra state is actually very prone to multiple disasters. You would have seen in the news, Mumbai suffers from floods. We now have droughts in different districts of Maharashtra. Then you see that there's rapid onset disasters, which are slow as well as rapid. So you can see that there's a lot of issues emerging in Maharashtra, and you can realize that there's a lot that needs to be done in the state itself. And if you look at what the youth represents, 40% of Maharashtra is actually under 35, and still yet we have a limited voice, which we're trying to increase and get the youth's voice heard at decision-making and policy-making processes. So with this in mind, what we have started since approximately a year is an initiative called Maha Youth for Climate Action, MYCA. which is basically a youth-led platform that considers the age group of 15 to 29. And we here under MICA are different youth. We have approximately 400 youth now that work in different local communities. जो अलग-अलग गांव है महाराष्ट्र के, अलग-अलग cities है, उन वहाँ पे जो अलग-अलग चीजें करते हैं क्लाइमेट एक्शन में, वो सारे यूथ इस नेटवर्क में जुड़े हैं. और हम we're very proud to be working with the Department of Environment, Climate Change at the state level, as well as the Higher Technical Education Department. So closely, we try to advocate different youth voices and get them heard at the government stage. And the focus areas, like I said, since there are droughts, floods, these two are our main focus areas. And we cover different local level issues, like waste management is a great issue that is very much affected in Maharashtra state, then water conservation, energy and biodiversity. So what we have done is at the state level, we do different trainings, workshops, capacity building of these youth. You know, when we are talking about the role of youth getting at the policy and decision making processes, हम सब ने अगर वहां पे डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस में आना है तो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि वी आर equipped with the right knowledge, skills and understanding before we get to ask questions. We should ourselves know what the right language is, what the right context is to our local areas, to the knowledge of climate. And it's daunting, I know that for sure. There's no other side or this side. We're all in this and it is daunting, but we have to make sure that we know ourselves and then we step on to such areas where decisions are made. So making sure that what MICA does is gives training and planning specifically, because we all want to do something for climate, but exactly how do we do it? So these workshops make sure that you know how to plan your activities, how to engage other stakeholders in your local communities. Then reporting. Many of us do actions, but then they stay in our own local communities. So what we do in our workshops is we encourage how you can replicate and report your activities in social media. Then advocacy as well. So we recently did similar to such a conclave, but at a state level, we did a MICA youth conference where we had 50 youth from across the state representing their own districts, and they represented what their ideas are and in front of the government. So such advocacy is also being done. So going forward, we also, what are we doing about, the different knowledge capacity building? Like I said, that's very important. So we're also going to be rolling out a self-paced online training course. We all talked a lot about skills. Where are the skills? Manya said, teachers are not, they don't know how to teach. So how will we learn? So we are also working with teachers, approximately 10,000 teachers, where we're trying to help them understand and give them workshops on building their skills in climate actions and climate education so that they can teach school children of Maharashtra. So we've done different brief booklets. Then we also run a MICA fellowship. We have one MICA fellow here with us, Nithi. And so different activities are happening. And with the state level as well, we're helping the Maharashtra state government to roll out a curriculum which has multiple different components, which, some of them we spoke about. And at the state government level also, there are different initiatives. Like this one particular is Maji Vasundhara Abhiyan, which the state government runs. And they have a section on youth vertical, which encourages different youth to take up activities and they get rewarded for their activities. So very interesting things happening at the state level. And I quickly go through the work which I spoke about on online course, because I know we have panels. And so what we've done in the online course itself, like I said, many of you said climate action and education is missing. So here we are rolling out soon a course which will have different units, one on climate change and another on water conservation, then also units on waste management, energy and biodiversity. So taking up such courses, it will be rolled out across government colleges and universities. And youth from Maharashtra will get to, choose the different kinds of areas they want to work on. then they will be getting a certificate. There'll be quizzes for you to understand. This is something similar to what most of you might have seen on Coursera and these kinds of education platforms. But here the course is more tailored for Maharashtra and the context to Maharashtra. So it will soon be rolled out. Another initiative, which I'll quickly talk about, which is very interesting because we're all youth, and I think we can get inspired and sort of do similar activities in your states as well. So what we're doing with youth engagement in water conservation stewardship is we're going to be working with approximately 7 lakh youth in the next 3 years, building on different water saving activities, and specifically focusing on 13 districts of Maharashtra, which are somewhat water stressed, and then working with eco clubs, different colleges to help youth take up different activities, because we know that there are different activities which we can do, but here are the ones which we advocate for. And we will be using this platform called Y Waste, which will monitor the different activities which youth will take up, and it will show us how much is the water footprint, how much will it reduce. So different ways to monitor and encourage youth to take up initiatives. And this is just a certificate which youth will get out of completing their training course. So building their youth's climate actions, building their skills is very important. And I think that will really sort of help push us youth to come in front of state level, national level, and international level processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka. I think I'm pretty intrigued by this work that you mentioned, that you have taught professors, college teachers. I would like to know more about that experience. But before that, can I ask Rayan to share your views? Rayan I think was a participant in the previous edition of the Conclave, so it is a good continuity. Rayan.
Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible. So first and foremost, greetings to my fellow panelists, the dignitaries, mentors, and my fellow peers who are present here. My name is Rian Pathak, and I'm from St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Bangalore. And I'm very delighted to be a part of this session. And it's sort of a very important moment for me to sort of share my experience from the first Youth Climate Conclave. I'm sorry if I refrain from figures or I don't have any PowerPoints to show. So first and foremost, on a personal note, I think it's great to have a connection with you guys. That's something very unique to us, the youth, to have a sort of connection with each other that most of the adults may have lost because of the hardened policies and the figures and all, which, no offense to the elders who are present here. And the thing is that we are the only ones who can see environmental damage more than just bipolar numbers on a digital display. And this is what I feel the YCC has helped me achieve through this period that I have gone through. It's weird that the roots of where I am today are nearly 3 years old. I remember it just being yesterday where I was intrigued by this Youth Climate Conclave competition. And I just applied because I felt maybe it could be something fun. I wasn't even mostly aware of what sustainability mostly was and what it involved. I was more but I knew exactly what I wanted to talk about. And that was how I went forward with seeing the direct impacts of our selfish choices, to be honest. And now that I did get selected, I was very overjoyed at the moment because I never expected to be there. And when I went there, I was anxious, but over time I overcame that. Suddenly I was there scrambling with all the other youth participants who were there. And this was the first time that us, the youth, were allowed to scream to the world what we wanted to see in the world. And that is what I felt was the most interesting part that happened, was despite our varied like backgrounds, despite like where we came from, we all knew what we wanted, and that was to save planet Earth. And that is something that I feel is very remarkable. And it is something that I will remember and cherish for a long time. And I hope that we can achieve something better even this time with everyone who's present here. By the end of the session, though I had won the prize, I would say the biggest reward that I had was that the whole journey that happened. It's the journey that matters at the end of the day. And I feel it was very important to me. And after I came back, suddenly I had come back transformed. Like suddenly I was thinking about like taking cloth bags to where I went, which is like a very small move, but it's something like most Indian parents, like my parents especially, were like, why don't you just take the plastic bag? They have a plastic bag. Why do you need to carry it everywhere? But that is something like even like the smallest steps that we take can have a huge impact. And even in college, currently, I have been working on like a research project that's involving like sustainable lighting using like bioluminescent bacteria. I couldn't share much detail since it's like still active research. But other than that, like it has helped me a lot to transform into the person I am today. And now like the thing is that like what do I feel like we need to achieve over this time is to actually formulate a plan of what we need to go forward with. And after that, like the main goal is not to just leave it at these sessions, but to actually continue our work outside these sessions as well. Think about what we need to achieve and to make choices that are like conscious as such. Because the thing is that like we can just go to a store and just buy anything we want. But the thing is that there's also the point where we need to think where we are getting our stuff from. Like that is the thing that we are moving towards like a consumerist society. But the problem is like, we don't even notice that happening because most of the time, if we just go to a store, we won't ask the person like, what's the impact of the decision that we're taking? We'll think about it from the perspective of, yeah, it's like 5 rupees less, let's take this. So the thing is that we have to be conscious. We need to think about what we need to do. And I'll probably keep this short. So when I came for this session today, like I remember like my college professor, he asked me like, what do you feel like you'll achieve by going here? What do you feel you will do by coming here and like talking with all these like wonderful people and talking about like the climate? What do you feel you'll achieve? And I just replied with a slight smile, maybe, just maybe make a change. Thank you everyone for having me here. And it's great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I think you made two very important points. One is that it is important to interact and talk about things that matter, even if at the beginning the person just looks, you're talking to just looks puzzled, doesn't have any idea what you're talking about. Sooner or later, if enough conversations are around, the person and eventually society will come around. And second is that it is important to make active and informed choices. Next, let me turn to Komal for. Oh, you are going to give concluding remarks. Okay, sorry. So Arpit, he's with Skill Council for Green Jobs, but I think youth also has much bigger job to perform rather than merely seeking jobs. So I would like to hear more about that as well.
So I do not have a presentation to make, but I would want to keep this session a little interactive. First of all, I would like to tell each one of you that this is out of hundreds of conferences and seminars that I have attended. This is probably the first conference and seminar where I'm actually interacting with the youth. So I'm kind of little nervous. And I want to keep this very interactive. So I come from the industry. I come from Skill Council for Green Jobs, as Manish ji mentioned that I'm the Chief Operating Officer and Skill. I'll keep this session a little interactive and very brief. So Skill Council for Green Jobs was created by Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship in 2015. And our main role is to, as we say, as I use the term green. So we have various verticals under us. We have renewable energy, which includes solar, small hydro, wind energy, biomass, biofuels. Then we have climate and sustainable development, which has waste management, wastewater treatment, solid waste management, green transportation, green construction. We also have green hydrogen, which has been recently added. So I know that, it is a little technical for all of you. So our first mandate is to do a skill gap study with the industry. So we identify various sectors, we identify what kind of jobs are available in these particular sectors. We identify, I think I'll be more comfortable. So we identify what kind of skill gap study is done, what are the kind of job roles that are available, what kind of roles that are available for entrepreneurship if someone wants to become an entrepreneur, and what is ultimately all of us as youth, we have to understand that all the training, the skilling, the education is done as per the requirement of the industry. Ultimately, the top of the pyramid is the industry, because they are the takers. So either you are the industry, I mean, you give employment, or you get employed somewhere. This is what I mean. Okay, so this is our first mandate. Then we do not impart the trainings ourselves on these qualifications that we create. So we have around 650 training institutions which we have empaneled across the country, like IIT Mumbai, National Institute of Solar Energy, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, RV College of Engineering in Bangalore. We have some private engineering colleges, some private standalone institutions. So these institutions are responsible to carry out the trainings on the qualifications that we develop. So for example, in solar, we identified that there are more than 20 kind of job roles which the industry requires. So we developed these job roles, we made the curriculums, we made the handbooks, and then finally the people across the country get trained on these qualifications. And ultimately, the end result is that each and every candidate gets a government certificate after the training, because he undergoes an assessment and certification. So this was about Skill Council for Green Jobs. Let us now forget about what we do. Let us now talk about what you should do. Why should we get into sustainable development? Why? Why climate change? Why this entire world, except for the political agenda and the political parties, why this entire world is actually shouting and hovering on climate change and climate action and sustainable development? Any one of you? Yeah.
Yeah, because our art is in danger for the future generation also.
Okay.
And we are looking for an agenda for which satisfy the present generation needs and also for the future generation too. So that the future generation can survive, our earth can survive, and environmental have to be survived.
Perfect. So this was one of the thoughts, very, very good thought. Actually, if you go back a little bit, then you see that India is the third largest emitter of greenhouse gases in the which are there, instilled in the atmosphere. So we are the third largest polluter in the entire world after US and China. Okay, and just for your information and knowledge, there's a conference of parties, COP, which happens every 2 years in a different country. Last time, COP26 happened in Glasgow in Scotland, where India as a nation, for the first time in the history, gave enormous commitments in front of the world. Few of the commitments were that India will have India will meet its 50% of the energy requirements from renewable energy sources. अभी तो हम oil और gas की बात करते हैं और बहुत pollute करते हैं, right? We are the third largest polluter, as I mentioned. So we will meet our 50% of the energy requirements from renewable energy sources. Another commitment was that India will raise its non-fossil fuel capacity by 500 gigawatts. 500 gigawatts. I remember in 2015, when I joined Skill Council for Green Jobs, we used to talk about megawatts. The ministry didn't even know what is a gigawatt. And today we are aiming to have 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030. Third, India has given a commitment that we will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 1 billion tons. अगर किसी के पास कोई कैलकुलेटर है, मुझे तो 1 बिलियन टन्स में कितने जीरो होते हैं ये भी नहीं पता, frankly. And to have a reduction of greenhouse gases, its emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030 means that we have to completely change our energy systems. You cannot have dependency on coal. You cannot have much dependency on oil. It means that, see, the pollution that we emit, the gases that we emit are completely linked with industrialization. Industry hai, tabhi to pollution hoga. I'm speaking in between in Hindi because so that I can, come up to your level and not talk as an industry person. So reduction of 1 billion tons of gas emissions means that we have to do a lot. And this is a global commitment. And the most important commitment that India has given is that we will be net zero by 2070. For America, for a country like United States or China to be net zero, even by 2040 is okay. Frankly, they have been historical polluters. They have already polluted. And today, when we are growing and we are developing, there's an entire international pressure on India that now you be net zero. So we said, okay, fine. We will be net zero by 2070. We will change our energy systems. We will require some funds to actually change the systems. In fact, we have asked for $1 trillion for all of this. And we will be net zero by 2070. So India has given a huge commitment. Now, why I'm telling you this? I'm telling you this because as youth, you have a lot of scope to work in the domain of sustainable development and renewable energy and other areas wherein we can combat climate. It is not just by mere passion that people, there is a percentage of youth that joins the climate actions because of mere passion, but now we see that there is a lot of opportunity also, and industry requires a lot of youth to join. I would also like to tell you that, I recently attended a V-Power World Bank conference in Thailand last month, and V-Power is the women power, okay? And we came to a conclusion that the participation of women in the energy sector across the world is only 15%. So when we talk about STEM education, which is the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, we see that women are not there in the STEM education, in the STEM scenario. So a lot of women, I would also encourage a lot of women to come forward for this particular sector, because your role is absolutely as vital as the other gender's role is. I would also like to tell you that when we talk about competitions, there is a world skills competition which happens every 2 years. Last time it happened in Kyoto in Japan. And this competition is like Olympic of skills. From across the world, different countries participate. So we also did our preparation. Out of 1,000 candidates, we selected one candidate and we took him to Kyoto for the renewable energy competition. And out of 1,000 candidates, we had shortlisted 5 finalists, out of which one was women, one was the girl. And India came third in the world skills competition at Kyoto. So what I'm trying to say is that the entire world has focused on sustainable development and renewable energy. And as youth, as youngsters, you should actually start taking interest in this particular sector, and you'll see that there are a lot of opportunities. And this year, we also had, in 2022, we also had a world skills competition for water technologies in Germany, and we bought the first ever silver medal for the country. So there's a lot of potential, there's a lot of focus. I would just request you to just kindly start taking a little bit interest in these particular areas. Skilling is very much important. Skilled manpower is very much needed in the country. And if you come forward, then definitely even the new education policies now says that vocational skills has to be included in the formal education system from schooling to the college level. And this should definitely give you good returns in terms of monetary as well as morally. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arpit. I'm glad that you mentioned about the inadequate participation of women in the entire landscape. And, Priyanka was talking about intergenerational promises, but this remains a all-time intra-generational issue that at any given point in time, how gender roles, gendered expectations are an area where a lot of deliberation and struggle and fight is needed. And youth certainly has to take up that responsibility, because this is a matter of value changes, and it's a long process. It comes through generations.
Just excuse me for interrupting, because I find this session to be my social, as my personal obligation to sensitize you. I would also like to tell you one last thing, that India has recently announced its green hydrogen policy, and green hydrogen is supposed to be the fuel of the future. In Japan, I saw the trains are running on green hydrogen, the buses are running on green hydrogen, and we have announced a policy that we will produce around 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen by 2030, and which will also lead to around 6 lakh jobs. And in the budget also, the green hydrogen budget has also been announced. So all of you, all the youth who is interested in physics, in chemistry, in other technical matters, can explore green hydrogen, careers. And we have already developed 2 qualifications for green hydrogen. And soon, I think from from 1st of April, we should be able to roll out trainings pan-India. So you can keep on visiting our website, and you can always get in touch with me personally or professionally on my email ID, and we will keep you posted. Thank you.
Thank you, Arpit. Now I think we come to the most interesting part of this session. We have 2 participants who will ask questions. Panelists, panelists, be alert. It's going to be a test. So Pranay Mathur is first.
Am I audible to everyone? Good morning. My name is Pranay, and I'm currently pursuing my BSc honors in environmental sciences from University of Delhi. So I have a few questions for the panelists present here today. My first question would be, how can the youth find appropriate platforms and in order to propagate their innovations and ideas so that they can reach a wider audience? And my second question would be that what are some adaptive mitigations, like mitigative actions, which are being undertaken at the youth level to the ground root level to bring awareness and impact and some change amongst themselves in order to spread it between the family and peers?
Okay, so I'll take the first question, which is what are the different platforms? So there are different platforms, बहुत सारे platforms है, जैसे कि इंडिया के लेवल पे अलग-अलग climate networks है. There's India Youth for Climate Network, IYC, and then state level also, like I presented, my MYCA is there, Maha Youth for Climate Action. अगर आपके स्टेट में, आपके डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक नेटवर्क नहीं है यूथ का, तो आप खुद एक फॉर्म कर सकते हो, आप खुद से शुरू कर सकते हो एक नेटवर्क. और अलग अलग इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे भी प्लेटफॉर्म्स है, जैसे कि यंगो, विच इज UNFCCC यूथ कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी. यहाँ पे जैसे आप कल भी बहुत चर्चा हुई कि कॉप में कैसे आना है, यूथ को कैसे वहां रिप्रेजेंट करे, तो इन प्लेटफॉर्म्स के द्वारा आप एप्लीकेशंस भर सकते हो, अलग अलग गूगल फॉर्म्स या फिर अलग अलग ऐसे फॉर्म्स सर्कुलेट होते हैं. तो मेक श्योर यू look at such opportunities, fill out those forms, and then you can use that opportunity. You've come here, which means that you've already seen such initiatives and platforms, so definitely take use of such platforms to showcase your skills. And in your areas there are none, I encourage you strongly that you become the youth leader and create one in your place.
You want to?
Just to like add on, like as far as I know, a lot of like the cities actually have clubs and all that do cleaning duties and all. Like in Bangalore also, there's like a green club that generally goes around to parks and all to keep the places clean. Like of course, like I'm talking on the small scale, and I think like working on the small scale is good as a starting point, because like even like the smallest actions can help like bring like awareness to the issue. Like I remember I went to like an outreach program where we did help the villagers clean their places and all. And a lot of the times that sort of stuff like encourages people to be more mindful of what they're throwing away and where they're throwing it as such.
Yeah, I have a small point here. See, this looks to me, I'm talking from the perspective of the industry, okay? And this looks to me, a small boy or a girl is saying that I want to be an astronaut. बोलने से कुछ नहीं होता, frankly. So first of all, you have to identify what is the kind of area that you want to get into. Then you have to acquire proper training and certification. I know a lot of organizations, when you are skilled and when you're certified and when you are completely as per the requirements of the industry, we have organizations like T-Hub, which is in Hyderabad. I think any one of you is, I don't know if aware of not, you're aware of T-Hub. So they mentor and they encourage a lot of entrepreneurship. See, ultimately youth also has to sustain financially. It's not that, you'll be leaving a job and you'll be doing something for the environment randomly. Okay. It has to it has to materialize into something monetary also. So there are a lot of organizations which support entrepreneurship like T-Hub. We have also in Delhi, we have the Delhi Skills and Entrepreneurship University, which also has such kind of a club and all. So I think youth should identify the focus areas, the interest areas, get properly skilled and trained, and then approach all these industries and these institutions which provide opportunities. That should be the right way.
Okay, thank you so much for your time and for answering my questions. Thank you.
Thanks. So basic point is look around, and if you don't see anything, start on your own, and then people will come following you. Next, can I ask Uma Shankar from CMR Institute of Technology, Hyderabad? Uma Shankar? Okay, he's going, he's perhaps having good time outside in the sun. Anyways, so let's get to a much more open session. Before I invite you to raise your hands to, make your point, ask questions, can I ask one question? You all watch movies, listen to music. So if I ask, what is the Bollywood song that you think represents the idea of sustainable development? Can anybody, what comes to your mind? Panelists too. Anybody? Nobody listens to Bollywood music anymore? Are you saying that?
This may be a bit unconventional, but maybe Give Me Some Sunshine from 3 Idiots.
Well, that's a good place to start with. Any other song?
I think one song which just came to my mind was, although it was a very tricky and very difficult question, but the song, the Neele Neele Ambar Pe Chand Jab Aaye, because I always think of environment and climate and Neela Neela Ambar and less of pollution. So I think Neele Neele Ambar Pe Chand Jab Aaye is one of the songs that came to my mind.
Okay. Well, I'll leave you with that question, and maybe if somebody comes up with an okay, there are okay. Now we have okay. That's actually a growth narrative. Whether the growth narrative is sustainable development or not is something to think about. Yes. saw a hand there.
Yeah, if we talk about climate, it's Barsore Mega Mega.
Barsore mega mega. You know, climate change can lead to extreme outpours. You don't want to have that. Okay, now we have some energy going around. Okay, cool. Yes. Can you also quickly introduce yourself, huh?
This is Vishal Ramesh. I'm not one for Indian pop culture, but I will say Heal the World by Michael Jackson.
Sorry, could you repeat that? Cool. Okay, I saw 2-3 more hands. Okay. Yes,
So that's
2
not
here
very-
and 2 in the back. Okay, then we'll move on to something else. Huh?
Yeah, so I am Himanshi Miglani. So the song is Ek Paudha Aaj Hum Bhi Lagaye. Though that's not a very popular song, but I found it while scrolling on Instagram Reels.
I didn't catch the song.
Ek Paudha Aaj Hum Bhi Lagaye.
Ek Paudha Aaj Hum Bhi Lagaye. Okay. You
Yeah, so my name is Aisha, and the first song which came to my mind was "Jeene ke hai 4 din, baki hai bekar din."
Wow.
Because after coming to Delhi, air pollution, I felt sick every month. So this was the first song which came to my mind.
Okay, that song from the sustainability point of view, I think should be banned. Okay, there is one hand behind the camera. Yeah, yes, you in white dress. Yeah. Sada Haq. Okay, that is a good start. And I had one hand in the middle. Yes, yes, you. Okay, cool. So I think that's something. Okay, that's the last hand. Okay. All right, but I'm surprised that in many cases you thought about natural imageries in the context of sustainable development. But all the discussions that you had in previous sessions, they were not about that imagery. They were more about, giant trucks, big trains, big buildings, machines. So that's something interesting. Anyway, so now we have maybe about 10 minutes, right? Yeah, so this is now for you to ask questions to panelists or make comments. Yes.
So whenever we talk about carbon emissions, we say that the developing countries started late, while the developed countries had been already polluting and been industrialized since 2 centuries. And as per the stats, the per capita emissions is also less in India. But even after that, how has India managed to be the 3rd largest polluter?
That's a very interesting question. Actually, if you see the stack of greenhouse gas emissions which are there in the atmosphere, decoding it from my own personal point of view, India is very little responsible for that. Because if you see the per capita emissions of US or China, then it is not just comparable to what we pollute in India. But still, European countries have been able to manage to transition to green energy, in the last 2 decades. You already see green hydrogen, trains running in China. You see them in Denmark. You see them in Norway. Wind energy has been a lot in Europe for the last 2 decades. Solar energy. I mean, I have not been to Germany. I'm supposed to go to Germany in March. But I've heard that 3/4 of the Germany is covered by solar panels. So US and China have been historical polluters, and they definitely did a lot of development, and there was a lot of industrialization. But now the pressure is on the 3rd largest polluter, which is India, because the other countries, you would be surprised to know that there are nations. Costa Rica is one of them, for example. It is carbon neutral. So whatever they pollute, they absorb. There are carbon sinks. Carbon sinks, the rivers and sea is a carbon sink, for example. Forests are carbon sinks because they are absorbers. We have countries like Bhutan, which is carbon negative, which is already absorbing a lot of carbon emissions from other neighboring countries. Okay. So after US and China, definitely India being, because we have a large size and there's a lot of development going on, we are the third largest polluter. And we are very much, as I mentioned also during my interaction, that our focus is that we should have around 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030. So we are very, very aggressively working towards that. And these are all private entities which are putting in solar plants. When I say solar panels, solar installation is not on the rooftop of a house. These are all megawatt size solar projects, 100 megawatts, 300 megawatts. I recently happened to visit Badla region in Rajasthan. I don't know if anyone of you is from Rajasthan. And I could not even open my eyes. There were so much of installations, kilometers and kilometers of solar installation. So we aim not just only to produce and consume. Our aim as a country is to also export energy by 2030. That's what we are doing.
Okay, sir. But sir,
Can we allow others to ask questions?
Thank you,
can
sir.
take these conversations. Okay, in the first round, that's left side was ignored. So, okay. Yes.
Sir, my question is, what is the role?
Introduce yourself also.
Hello, I am Vidhi Agrawal, and right now I'm pursuing Bachelor's of Science in Dayal Singh College, University of Delhi. So my question is, what is the role of effective implementation of sustainable lifestyle at leadership and administrative level? Like you have mentioned that America, being the largest producer of greenhouse gases in the world, being lesser populous than India and China. So can you highlight the word sustainable lifestyle, minimal lifestyle and standard of living in your answer? Thank you.
Yeah. So when we talk about sustainable development, it is not about only reduction of carbon emissions or applying technologies which help make environment better. When we talk about sustainability means that every action that we do, every technology that we use, and any action that we do in our daily lives, for example. So we must have been listening to a lot of people saying that, please close the water while you're doing your shaving or you're brushing your teeth, right? So saving water is sustainable development. Utilizing material in an efficient way during production is a sustainable way of living a life. One example can be when you are doing solar installations. Okay, using appropriate amount of wiring and not wasting the material is a way of a sustainable way of is living. So optimal utilization of the resources that you have without putting any pressure on the environment is what sustainability means.
Can I just add quickly to your point, which you wanted to, you were talking about America and then comparison to India. So in America, you'll see per capita consumption is much higher and their emissions are much higher. But then since their country is less populous, overall, it will be sort of less. So in comparison to India, the per capita consumption would be much lower. But since we are a populous country, we have more than 1 billion people. So that gets so the total consumption and the total emissions is much higher. So if you look at, if suppose I am reducing my water consumption and individually, and if we do that like under the mission life, suppose across India, with all of us are reducing by 5 liters per day, that itself as total country is going to be a much higher number. If you look at not per capita, but if we look at the total water conservation done. So comparatively, the countries and the context, how you look at it, per capita and total changes completely.
One very good example I would like to give, very interesting. In Cape Town, I was told that,
just brief because there are a couple of questions.
This one very important, food for your thought. So I was told in Cape Town that, you cannot flush more than 4 times a day. And I was shocked. And I go, what? Yes, because there are sensors. So they have this mechanism of managing how much water is being wasted and treated. So this is one way of having a sustainable life.
There were few hands. Yeah, the person in the red shirt and then the girl in white dress. Sorry, I have to use color code. Okay. Yeah, backside. Okay. Yes, yes, we can hear you. But can somebody pass on the mic, please?
So right now we are kind of transitioning to e-vehicles, right? Like the youths are also focusing on this. Like e-vehicles will solve this problem of excess emissions and will reduce the carbon emissions. But in e-vehicles also, we require those batteries which come from nickel and cobalt. So extracting those from environment, don't you think also put a stress on the environment? And mining also has negative consequences. So do you think that e-vehicles will actually solve this issue of like carbon emissions? Like it will solve this issue of carbon emissions, but what about the other negative impacts?
Can we take the other question from the person who was just behind you? Yeah.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry, Umashankar here from SIMA. So I just have a question, everywhere we have advocacy, but, when it comes to the environmental issues, how do we really motivate people, youth or everyone talk about advocacy for environmental affairs? So how can we really make them, apart from NGT, for a smaller issue, if I want to really address, advocacy, how does it come in?
Okay, so I think we'll stop with these two questions and ask the panelists to respond in order. So Ryan, if you could start.
I guess I'll take the first question on e-vehicles. So generally, you're correct, often the mining of these is very environmentally, there is a damage that happens. But I think the main point also comes to the place is do they pay for themselves over the turn? Do they pay for the damages they have done in the initial stages? Because oftentimes what happens is though at the initial stages, yeah, the batteries do have an environmental impact. Over time, the damage does pay for themselves because it is lower compared to if you're using a commercial normal model of the vehicle. So I think that's how they pay for themselves, hence they are more suitable. Also there is also the case of it's a use per basis as well, because in some places where electricity grids aren't that well connected or there is a problem with electricity, of course e-vehicles would be a very bad decision. But in places where we have good circuits that are efficient, of course e-vehicles are the best option that is available. That's.
Thank you, Priyanka.
I'll take the second question, which was on advocacy. How can we do advocacy further and take up local communities? So what usually when we work with local communities, what we try to do is make it more interactive, joyful. We add in different activities which are, energizers. So there are different ways to make climate more interesting. And so what we've done in the curriculum as well is we have added exercise which are more joyful for children, so they can easily understand the different complex concepts of climate. And another way is to relate it to the local areas. So आपके area में कैसे चल रहा है उसको अगर लेकर आप लोगों को ज्यादा advocacy और participate करेंगे तो ज्यादा आपको impact दिखेगा उसमें.
So be alive in your surroundings. Arpit?
I would like to give a comment on e-vehicles. So definitely there's a lot of mining which is being done. It is harmful for the overall ecological system, but still I would say it's safer than the coal mining. One. Secondly, the bigger challenge for electric vehicles is not mining, but recycling of batteries. Thirdly, there's a lot of ongoing research by many organizations how silicon different batteries thi, ab lithium ion batteries ho gayi hain, ab now again they have move to another section of batteries. I don't want to get into the technical details, but yes, definitely mining and the technology of batteries is getting better and safer. And the most important thing is we have to understand that, if you're charging these vehicles, these electric vehicles through conventional source, तो बात तो वही हो गई. अभी जितने भी charging stations हैं, what do? You put your vehicle and you charge it through fossil fuel based. So ultimately the solution is that these charging stations have to be renewable energy powered. So they have to be solar PV charging stations. They have to be, and it is not necessary that there is a charging station, the solar has to be on the top. You can have electricity coming from Rajasthan and you can charge your vehicle in Delhi. That's how, we have the grid now. So the entire mechanism has completely changed. So the solution is that we charge electric vehicles through renewable energy sources. And the last and the most important thing is that's why the entire world is shouting about green hydrogen, because green hydrogen is done by extracting hydrogen molecule by splitting water molecule. You take the hydrogen out, you take the oxygen here, and there are no carbon emissions because it is done through renewable energy sources. So you are not doing it through coal based. So there is no release of carbon emissions in the atmosphere. So we have now many countries who have come on green hydrogen vehicles, as I mentioned you, Germany, Japan, China, Norway. So India is also looking, towards that aim that we should have by 2030, we'll have a green hydrogen powered train, for that matter, which will be starting from Haryana. I don't remember two cities in Haryana. So we already working towards having green hydrogen powered vehicles. So they are definitely a replacement to the EV in near future.
Thank you, panelists, for your experience and insights. I just want to comment on the question about per capita emissions and total emissions. That there are two aspects to those numbers. One is simple mathematics and technology, right? More people, less per capita of emission adds up to higher total and so on and so forth. But the second is the question of the choices that we are faced today about lifestyle and the kind of aspirations we have from life. And so I would say whenever somebody says, or you hear that now, Delhi or Agra or Indian cities are becoming like New York, Paris, Shanghai, instead of saying, wow, you should be saying, oh no. That's the perspective's difference here. And you should think about how our cities, how our lives, daily lives could be different. Now, may I invite Komal for concluding remarks?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me the floor and inviting me for this great event. I really enjoyed being here, and thank you, all of you, for being so proactive about taking actions regarding climate change and climate issues. So talking about myself, I'm a public health expert and a youth mentor at the Protect Our Planet movement, where we have been conducting extensive research on various climate and health issues. Late Dr. R.K. Pachauri, a Nobel Peace Laureate and a former chairman of IPCC, set up this movement on Earth Day in 2016 with the belief that dealing with climate change requires youth-led actions inspired by knowledge about the problems and its solutions. So over the last 6 years, POP movement has mobilized and mentored young people around the world, inspiring them with knowledge and to undertake projects and implement actions at ground level. So to begin with, I would like to mention that it's a pleasure and great opportunity for me to listen to all the honorable speakers, and keeping in mind that, maybe I would like to start with the quote, or by quoting, what does it actually mean to have the role of youth against climate actions or taking actions for climate change? And for this, the main question is how? How are we going to do that? And the responsibility, who is responsible for this? Again, the youth is responsible for this because you guys are the future of the world. For this, Dr. Manish Srivastava, he mentioned that it needs to it needs to consider that we need to make concrete choices when we are at the panel, or when young people, they are going to bargain about their rights and the role. They need to make concrete choices. How do we make those concrete choices? We need to learn from the previous generation, from the mistakes which we have done, and you guys and the future generation will not do it. We need to know or we need to prepare an action agenda to get the perspectives in place. Whose perspectives in place? The young people's perspective. No matter from where you belong, you need to look at the ground root. You need to look at the root level of the cause. And then you need to make the concrete bargaining with the policymakers and with other stakeholders. For that, Ms. Pranka mentioned that we need to take action. We need to we need to create our own platform, because for children, climate crisis is the main issue. And who is responsible again? The young people. We, the young people. And for that, we need to be responsible enough to take action. How we will take that? With the right knowledge, with the right education, and with the right skills. Because if you just say that, okay, now I'm going out and I'm going to take action against climate change, how will you do that? Do you know which plant is necessary? What is necessary to work against the climate crisis? Because the damage we have caused is way beyond our imagination. So it is important to learn, to get that skill so that we can work against the climate issue. And by this, we can enhance the role of the young people by taking different actions. Again, we say that as a young people, like of 9 to 15 years of age, or maybe till 20 years of age, we think that, I will do this, I will do that, I will go to the policymakers and ask them, give me my rights, I want to do this, I want to do that. But this is not possible, because we can only make the greater change by taking smaller actions. Every small action is important. And how you can do it? It is not important that you go like Greta Thunberg and start climate strikes. No, not at all. You just need to start from an individual level. And with the pop movement, we have so many examples where young people at an individual level, they are making a greater impact. And it is not important that when you think of climate change, you just go out and start shouting about it. Climate change is striking our lives. Heat waves are making our health at stake. No, you just need to see what is your contribution to the climate issues and just try to reduce it. That is the key. And for that, first, you need to strive that you want to make some action, mentioned by Mr. Rayan Pathak. Now, for all these actions to have a place in working against climate issues and climate change, what is more important? To have the right skills, to have the right knowledge, to identify the various gaps which are existing in our society, in our arena, or maybe in our homes. So as Mr. Arpish Sharma mentioned, that when they were planning programs, they identified all the skill gaps, and that's how they try to find the jobs which are related to those issues, and that's how they train people. And also he mentioned about a point regarding the gender inclusivity and the women's role. So I am very grateful to mention this, that with the pop movement, 80% of the researchers and the activists are women. And the impact we are creating with the pop movement is, I hope you all will be able to see, but yeah, it is important that for women, for girls, you need to make your own place in the society, in the organization, because we need to first know that what we can do, how we can contribute. And of course, we are not less than a man, because a woman can do many things more than a man. So before we conclude, I would like to ask you all, what are the 3 key takeaways which you are going to take from this session? Which as a young people you think are the 3 key takeaways for taking action or to make a greater impact in the environment? Anyone? Okay. So first is realization. Before starting for anything, before make a starting point, we need to realize that what is affecting us. So tell me one thing, like every morning, like from last 1 week, when we wake up, we feel, oh my God, like the weather has changed drastically. We were not expecting this heat. And everyone is saying now the Delhi will be much hotter during this year as it was next year. And last year was a disaster, as we all know. Second is deliberation and zeal to work. Without zeal, you cannot work, because it is important when you start, no matter how many challenges you have to face, you should have that zeal that, okay, I will face everything, but I'll be going to make a change. And third is the action. So by following all these steps, then ultimately you reach to the action, not just with the starting point. So with all the continuous innovation and aspiring to change, we can promote youth leadership to tackle climate change. And I hope you all had a great experience at YCC and will be taking great learnings to work forward. And as Dr. Manish said, be a value maker. So before we end, I would like to thank all the profound partners, organizers, and a special mention to Ms. Taru Mehta, Ms. Monmi Barua, and Dr. Livleen for their continuous guidance and support to make this world a better and a sustainable place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have been wonderful.
Thank you, everyone.
Once again, thank you all the speakers, and I hope it was a very interesting session, and I mentioned the need of the hour session. So I see a lot of opportunities for you to actually, grab this, platform and the opportunity that has been mentioned by the speakers here. So it's time now to act. So thank you once again. And yeah, you may join the audience. And before proceeding for lunch, we will take we'll do the takeaway session, where I would like to, yeah, we can just put it up in the screen. And, meanwhile, when we have the lunch, you can, have your, have your votes in the Mentimeter. So for this, I would like to invite Ms. Neha Jain. She is from the Climb Act Foundation. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. So I hope that all of you are really energized by this amazing session, and we got to know that how important youth is for leading climate action. You already know the drill. We'll be putting up Mentimeter on the screen, so all of you can go and log into menti.com and fill in your responses about what are your takeaways from this incredible session. What are the new things that you learned about climate action or youth? And again, what do you want to know more about it? So we are, So we are already on the screen. Please note the code. You can go to menti.com and use the code 83811235. I repeat, 83811235. And while the responses are coming in, just so that everyone is on the same page, I would like to ask every one of you that are we all together?
Yes.
Can't hear?
Yes.
Is this energy of youth? Are we all together? Kya hum saath hain? Thank you so much for this energy, and this really shows that while we can work in silence in different parts of our country, we can also come together in one voice and speak for our rights, speak for our planet. So thank you so much for that energy. Yes. Yes. So now it's time for lunch. You can also take your time and fill in the responses and also enjoy your lunch break. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Neha. All right, the lunch is served on the left, at the patio on the left, where we had it yesterday. Few logistic details and requirements. We need tickets, or I'll call out few names. You are requested to go at the registration counter. The names are Miss Megha, Miss Ashwarya, Mr. Nasir, Miss Mansi, and Mr. Sunil. You are requested to go at the registration counter. We have few details to be checked. All right. Thank you so much. We'll be back sharp at 2. Can we all be seated? Can we please settle down, everyone? We have a very interesting session coming up. So please, I would request everyone to be silent so that we can immediately start. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch and hope you are getting a lot of opportunities to interact with each other, to interact with the experts here. Do not miss the opportunity. And so we come back to another session, which is also very interesting. You must have, when you fill the form, there was a debate particular session that, which we keep every year. So as mentioned, the program is also dedicated to listening to our young change makers through a debate format. And so we have 2 categories. Since beginning, we had 2 categories. Category A is from 10 to 18 years, and category B we have 19 to 25 years. So we will start with the first category, that is category A, and the topic for this is the topic for the debate is involvement of youth. Is it a boon or a bane? And the moderator for this session we have with us here. Can we all have silence, please? For this, for the moderator here, we have with us Mr. Jay Kumar Gaurav. He's a senior advisor at the Climate Change GIZ India. Can we all have a big round of applause? Thank you for joining today. The debaters for both the group 1 and group 2 in category A, I'll call out the names. And accordingly, I would request everyone to come and join at the dais. So for group 1, we have Vishal Ramesh from Budding Minds International School, Chennai. We have Sanjam Singh from Delhi Public School, R.K. Puram, New Delhi. We have Mithili Shankar Nair from Army Public School, Dholakwan, New Delhi. Can we all have you seated here? From group 2, we have Ayush Utsav from St. Mark's Senior Secondary Public School, New Delhi. Miss Ria Mukherjee, Sardar Patel Vidyalaya, New Delhi. And Miss Mannat Kaur from Delhi Public School, Arkipuram, New Delhi. Can we have another round of applause for them? So I'll hand over to Jay, and I think Mr. Jay would like to tell you the rules as well.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. We have two teams ready for the debate. All the best to both the teams. The rules of the debate competition are such that we are giving alternate opportunity to each of the groups to speak. So the first speaker, you know which one is group 1 and group 2? You're group 1? Group 2. Okay. So group 1 and group 2. So from group 1, we have Vishal Ramesh, who is going to speak first. I'm just giving the overall plan and then we'll implement. So Vishal will speak first, and then you have an opportunity to either interject, like ask a question, or you can react as a response that you said this, or you can ask a question that please explain more. Don't do both, huh? Either ask a question or give a response. Then your team will have the opportunities to speak. So Ayush will speak. You're Ayush. And then the group 1 team, you can either respond as a response, or you can ask questions from the group and then they will respond. Then we'll kind of have a break. I will say something based on what you speak, and then we'll have a round for conclusion from your side and conclusion from your group. Then I will give a kind of a reaction to what both the teams have said. Okay. So just to give you a start, like the topic of the debate is involvement of youth, boon or bane. So I'll just give a little bit of background about myself as well, and I'll try to relate to this topic. So when I was in my bachelor's, I did bachelor's in environmental science. So at that time, actually, there was a mock conference of parties organized by Terry, and I participated in that conference of parties. So I had read about it in the syllabus or from the newspapers and all. But when I actually participated, I was part of the team that was representing Canada. So we were 2-3 students. We were representing Canada, and we prepared about Canada's stand in a conference of party meeting. So I learned about Canada. We went to the Canadian embassy, interacted with the representatives there. It was a lot of learning. And then while I was doing my master's, I was on and off attending some conferences or workshops. And then after my master's, I got into a job. And along with the job, I used to volunteer for a group called Indian Youth Climate Network. So I think we have IYCN representative here in the YCC as well. So I have had a little bit of personal experience as a youth participating in climate change related, I would say a little bit of advocacy, or even in IYCN, we were trying to do projects. So very small projects, like composting in a colony, or there was another group. I was not part of that, but they went all around the country using electric cars in 2008. So that kind of work was also there. But at the same time, it requires time and effort. So while you are attending the Youth Climate Conclave, you're not attending your classes. Or if you are on a electric car road trip, I couldn't go because I couldn't take like 15 days off from my course or from my work. Then we had a conference in Kashmir. So I went, but I was there for 2-3 days. Then some people stayed there longer. So you have to make choices as youth, no? That, okay, your time is limited. You have to decide whether you want to do something or not. And this is a topic to be involved in. So, I mean, you can be involved in climate as an issue. You can be involved in other social and economic issues. So, so many people volunteer for the underprivileged. So they go and teach, like I had classmates who were teaching underprivileged children. So then they would not be doing climate activism or climate advocacy or volunteer for a climate NGO. Some people were very much into wildlife. So they would go and volunteer for WWF, for Wildlife Trust of India. And so it's also about your interest, that you want to go for a particular topic to learn more as well as to contribute more. But coming back to the issue of involvement of youth, it's I mean, I don't want to take sides because it's a debatable topic, and that's why we are having a debate. But there are these positive stories of change that we hear from youth movements, and there is this fact also that as youth you have to really devote your time to learning. You have to really devote your time to understand the things, because if you don't know something and you get into it, you might do some harm rather than good. So that's why I would say that as youth, you have choice, and it's important for youth to have the access to contribute. And we as adults, we should promote you to identify your areas of interest and get involved in issues that really matter to you or you are interested in. But as youth also, you have to be more informed, and you have to be more proactive. Like in college, so many people bunk classes, but some people bunk a lot of classes, and then it's not good. But some people bunk very few classes, and maybe it's okay. So, and some people don't bunk at all. So they are the really studious ones. So it's always about moderation also, like what do you do, how much you do. And that also makes a lot of difference. Okay, so now let's have the debate. I invite Vishal to start, and I'll use my phone as a counter. So I'll indicate you when we are at 1.5 minutes. So you have 30 seconds left, and then at 2 minutes we'll close, because we have to be mindful of time, and then both the teams will get same 2 minutes. Okay, cool. Would you like to use the dais, or you want to sit and speak? Okay, start.
Significant, important, and many times political issues seldom involve children. This is done because most children are seen as inexperienced and without the expertise and age necessitated by most institutions to actually do political work. When it comes to making decisions in politics, and more importantly, the environment, subjects that heavily impact the future of the world, this generation's youth's world, it is absolutely critical and essential that the youth be involved, because the leaders of the future need to be heard today. As the climate crisis evolves and worsens and more places are irreversibly impacted by desertification, humans are forced to adapt. And that adaptation starts with the youth, the children who've been born into a world plagued by environmental issues. We cannot depend on the older generations, the ones that were critical to the initiation of said issues, to adapt and enforce said adaptation. The youth may not have the expertise or the experience that is certainly necessary for one to make said decisions, but we tend to be more open-minded, creative, and have a fresh, unbiased perspective on the world. A perspective not plagued by the repeating qualms of biased constructs of helplessness. The youth have the opportunity to rejuvenate humanity's lifestyles, to be more sustainable. The youth was born in a world of great technological advancement, but one of a deeply degraded biosphere. We have the world's information at our fingertips, and if we are going to be the leaders of the future, we need to be heard today so we can resolve the mistakes of yesterday and lead humanity into a sustainable and prosperous tomorrow.
Okay. Good. So very good, team one and Vishal. Very good points. So team two, you have decided you want to ask a question or you want to say something in response? Okay.
So to Ayush's education point then. So we are talking about youth and their education regarding climate change. Now we all know that social media platforms have the power to influence multitudes. However, young people lagging in climate education can end up in propagating views which are against the larger public interest. Research has found that over 195 active pages on Facebook deny the occurrence of climate change. Moreover, Facebook is charged for not taking suitable action on its global platform against falsehood posted by its members. Facebook is a site with 46% of its users belonging to the 13 to 25 age bracket. It is not hard to imagine the harm that can be caused because of the propagation of misinformation and inaccurate beliefs about the environment by the youth being at an impressionable age and lacking the guidance of appropriate climate education. Moreover, climate change is not a quick fix. Living in the age of consumption, the youth generally favors bandaging rather than fighting for lasting change. What the earth has suffered for decades now as a result of hasty industrialization cannot be reversed in a few years. The youth definitely wants to work towards bettering the climate, but the process is extremely long drawn, and the age group can get confused as to how to avert this crisis. Social media is an extremely potent weapon. It can be the origin of materialism and as such can promote ideals of careless consumption amongst the youth.
30 seconds.
On the flip side, materialism can also breed tokenistic minimalism, much like an excessive show of caring for the environment. This trend usually places a larger burden on the youth by the youth and can be avoided. If not coupled with the right education, the youth's attitude might not be beneficial to the environment. Along the same lines, collective groups can often become unaccountable and hierarchical, which lies in the opposition to just any advocacy.
Okay. Okay. So good point from group two as well. Now let's go to group two for the speaker round. Ayush?
Yes.
I'll just reset my. Yeah.
Yes,
start.
sir. It is said that youth are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change and the last generation that can do something about it. But is it really so? The involvement of youth in climate action can be seen from two perspectives. First, they are taking charge through youth activism. And secondly, when we are encouraging them to adopt sustainable lifestyles. Youth are increasingly aware of the challenges and risks presented by the climate crisis. They think that it is because of them that a change can take place and they alone would be able to tackle all the impediments. However, youth aren't much matured and thus tend to lose their self-esteem, self-motivation, and self-worth when asked to follow a minimalistic lifestyle by the society. Apart from this, as per statistics by the University of Bath, United Kingdom, 58% of the youth have said that they agree to this. Youth, instead of organizing and participating in rallies, parades, gatherings, etc., should try to get practical knowledge brushed up and then actually work in the field of climate change. Youth lack experience too, because of which they tend to go for black and white solutions to problems which are either not viable or too difficult to implement. Currently, what they need is to use their young and innovative minds to propose innovative ideas and solutions to problems like climate change, rather than demonstrating against the governments to take action. Two of my very own ideas pertaining to the topic, some of us have been circulating around for quite a period of time, have been recognized and appreciated by institutes like CSIR, IITs, DRDOs, etc. Under the G20 presidency too, our government has encouraged ideas and advices from the youth as he wants their voices to be heard, but along the right track.
Stop.
Sir, just last one line.
Okay, just 1 minute. Yeah.
To conclude, I would say that telling to do something isn't a solution, but telling what to do is what youth are requisites for. On this note, I would rest my case.
Okay. Thanks, Ayush. Group 1, would you like to interject? React to the points made by.
Yes, I would like to react. Well, of course, respecting the opinion of my opponents, I have valid logical arguments against what has been stated. Sure, climate change is affecting everyone, but young people are disproportionately impacted as their future living conditions are at stake. It is crucial that the youth get involved now because rising sea levels and extreme weather conditions and food and water shortages are long-term consequences that our generation has to bear in the coming years. In utopia, of course, it is the responsibility of the government and institutions to take appropriate action to combat climate change, but we must present fresh perspectives and innovative solutions. At the young age of 15 years, I myself spearheaded an ongoing project to mitigate the use of single-use plastic in my community and South Delhi using eco-bricks, which has led to the removal of more than 3,000 kilograms of single-use plastic from circulation effectively. My opponent would argue lack of expertise and education, but young people are more willing to change the status quo and are open to imbibe new ideas and technologies which will lead to innovative solutions. And to say the least, youth-led climate initiatives have been successful. Now, for instance, the Fridays for Future movement, which was started by Greta Thunberg, who began a protest every Friday outside the Swedish parliament and demanded action on climate change. Her actions inspired millions around the world to join the movement. And these initiatives have raised awareness by the youth about climate change, which has put pressure on policymakers to take action. Excluding young people from taking these decisions in mitigating climate change not only undermines principles of democracy, but would stop us from providing fresh perspectives and innovative solutions. Thank you.
Stop. Okay, very good time. Okay, thanks. So we heard from both the groups, and it's my time to interject. And meanwhile, both the groups can prepare for their concluding remarks, which will be for 2 minutes. So you heard from one group that, okay, this is very important for youth to be involved, and giving an example also of how EcoBricks project worked, and earlier the issue of how critical it is for the youth to get involved, because it is their life which will get more impacted. You heard from the group 2 about disinformation that is available on social media platforms like Facebook, and sometimes youth may be implementing some project or getting into activism, but they're not fully informed about the topic. The points are valid on both sides. And for us, the purpose of the debate is that we introspect on these points. We introspect on what we can do as youth, and also we introspect on these risks that you face. So how many of, like, I track it myself, but how many of you track your hours on the phone? How many? Oh, almost a lot of you track. How many are doing more than 4 hours a day? Wow. Okay. Yeah. You need to bring it down, right? Because there are just 24 hours in a day, and almost 12 hours are for essential things, sleep and other. And then the time left, almost like 20-30% of our useful hours are getting into social media. And okay, how many of you are doing 3 hours? And how, okay, much less. 2 hours, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Anybody who is not at all spending any time on phone, or very little, 10 minutes, 20 minutes? See, there we have one grown-up person and one young guy. But this is also possible, because when I was young, when I was your age, this was not available, and we were still having a good time as well as studying and doing other things. So it's like basically this device is eating in your life, in your time, and you have to really see whether how much value it is bringing to you. And then you have to look at these risks that are like they are in front of us, that how much wrong information we get. Okay, yeah, please just be quiet. So the other thing I want to convey also about is that when you read something, do you trust it at face value, or you want to check that whether it is authentic or not? Suppose if I say you have to authenticate, and always the websites that are more reliable would have .gov. Generally, government sources are more reliable because they do a lot of checks before they publish. And random websites, somebody's blog, this and that, they're kind of suspicious, huh? Especially if they are giving an information which you yourself found very counterintuitive. Like even this, there was this question, no, that there are so many critical materials being used for renewable energy production, like devices. You make solar panels using so many metals, and you have to do mining. But the and the speaker said that mining for coal, what about that? And also this was a campaign to give information which was counter to the information that we need to promote these technologies. And then there was a lot of research done and provided by certain platforms just opposing this fact, that it's not that we are going to use all the materials in the world to achieve decarbonization. And there are publications around that. But the more prominent narrative has become this narrative that, oh, we are going to do so much mining to get into electric vehicles, to get into solar and wind and other renewable sources. Okay, so I think both the teams are now ready with their concluding points. So let's start with group one. Let me set my timer. Okay, so you have 2 minutes to conclude. Start.
Good afternoon. To conclude what my teammates said so far, the involvement of youth in responding to climate change adaptation and sustainable lifestyle is undoubtedly a boon. The youth brings fresh perspective, innovative ideas, and enthusiasm to create a sustainable future. They have the power of social media and the internet to connect with like-minded individuals and share their ideas with the world. A lot of youth products have been launched successfully. By involving the youth in creating a sustainable future, we're also investing in their future. They feel a sense of ownership and responsibility, which can have a positive impact on their mental health, overall well-being. Moreover, the youth are not entirely inexperienced to address environmental issues, as they're experiencing it every day in the form of air pollution, floods, climate change, rising of temperature, etc. They have the technical skills and knowledge that is necessary to address climate change issues. However, we must also acknowledge the challenges that must be addressed to ensure that the involvement of youth is effective. Providing the necessary resources and education to young people is crucial to empower them. Furthermore, political will is necessary to address environmental issues and prioritize environmental protection over economic development. In conclusion, we cannot ignore the involvement of youth in responding to climate change adaptation and sustainable lifestyle, because they are the ones who will inherit the planet, and it is their lives that is at stake. So let us come together and create a sustainable future for generations to come. Also, why shouldn't the youth involved in responding to climate change issues? After all, it is my future too. Thank you.
Good. Okay, so now group 2, concluding points.
Sure. Youth activism has paid off and has had good impact, but at the same time, it has also gone wrong many times. It's been seen that there's a lack of broad vision, accountability, and responsibility among these groups. For instance, there was an incident where a proposal was brought up of setting a gold mine in Rosiana, Montana. However, a group of activists straight away started demonstrations on how it would pollute the water with cyanide, not knowing the better impact that having a gold mine would have. They just saw one aspect of it, the environmental aspect. But at the same time, it was seen that that project could have increased the economy of the country and could have increased the employment opportunities as well. Secondly, Greta Thunberg, an activist in one of her activist movements, said, if science is so clear about climate change, why don't we stop and change our ways? Well, we all know this world is way more complex than that. And simply saying change our ways won't do it, because this society was built on the model of fossil fuels, and eliminating them in just a statement won't be possible. Next up, the youth must be educated on the ideas to adapt as well as mitigate the effects of climate change, because just reducing and undoing the things that have already happened is not possible. Finally, we feel that the inclination of youth towards materialism makes them sail on two boats. They advocate for climate change on one aspect, but at the same time can't stop obsessing over the latest fashions, while we know how water intensive the garment industry is. Thus, their activism quite often zeroes down to mere tokenism. Back to you.
Okay, thanks. Group 2. So yeah, that kind of we conclude the debate from both the groups. Very good points made, and it can't be conclusive like yes or no answer. That's why it's a debatable topic. And you heard points in favor as well as in against. Let's introspect on the other point that was recently mentioned in the last by the last speaker about if you have a decision like this. Suppose if in your area you are coming from all parts of the country, if in your neighborhood some company comes and says, I want to set up a factory, or I want to set up a mine, like the example was shared, what would you do? Would you just oppose from the moment you hear, oh, mine, I'll go and oppose it? Or a factory, I'll not let a factory come near my house, near in my village, in my city? Or would you do more research? You would obviously do more research. You would find out about the company itself, like whether that company has a previous track record of doing good work for the community, for the environment as well, and whether that that factory, that mine is, of course, like any kind of factory or mining activity, will lead to some kind of emissions and some effluents. But will that company put in the requisite control measures, pollution control measures? And then sometimes it might be just that you still want to oppose after looking at the facts, after looking at the scenario, and also sometimes looking at what is the condition. Suppose in an area where there are already like 10 factories, and almost like you can have statistics about the local area that employment is fine, most of the people are employed, there is general well-being in the area, and then you may not want just another factory to come in. So that's also a people's choice. And also the group that the first group that was talking about, it's your future and you have to be in charge. So are you like creating those opportunities to have a dialogue with the policy makers, with the implementers in a way that is more informed, and in a way that is more consultative? So one can do strikes, and that's also a way of putting your point across. But then you can also have formal channels of engagement with the government, with the policymakers, with the private sector also. So for even a facility, a factory near your house, you can talk to the factory manager about issues that you think are not being dealt properly. For example, there was one case where there were a lot of trucks going in and out of a particular industrial facility, and people nearby, they realized that there's just too much traffic, and the timing of the traffic, as well as the dust and pollution, local area pollution that was being created. So they could have gone to the authorities and complained about the company, but rather they decided to talk to the company people and said that, okay, your timings are not right. You have to change the vehicle timings when they arrive. And then you have to deploy measures so that there's not so much dust and there's not so much of a local pollution. and the company acted on it. So sometimes you can find out local solutions by just talking, by just consultation. And sometimes you have to get into more extreme ways of like protest or strikes. So I would say that as youth, you have the power with you to change things. And you have so many examples of people who have changed things. You are in the information age where you can access any kind of information on your phone. You can access anybody, at least his views or her views on the phone. So use this opportunity to be more informed, use this opportunity to be more impactful, and be cautious about the risks that are there of disinformation, of wastage of your time and energy, and try and avoid those pitfalls. Okay, with that, I would like to conclude the debate, and good job, both the teams. All the best for your future, and we'll come to know about the results later. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jay. And thank you to all the participants from category A. Hope you all could, speak, react, and conclude. And of course, like Mr. Jay mentioned, the results will be announced on 24th February. So you have to wait for the results of the, debate competition between, which would be between group 1 or group 2. All right. So with this, we immediately come to the next category, which is category B, that was from 19 to 25 years of age. And the topic is preparedness of youth for adapting sustainable lifestyle. Is it for or against? And for this, we have Mr. Sumit Prasad. He is the program lead at CEE W. All right, we have with us, can we have a big round of applause? And the youth participants from category B, which is in group 1, and I would request all of you to come and join Mr. Prasad at the dais. So for group 1, we have Roshan Thakur. He's from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University. Ms. Achal Gautam, she's from Himachal Pradesh University. Ms. Komal Tiwari, she's from Kalika Institute of Industrial Technology. Then we have for group 2, Mr. Aryan Sapra. He is from Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Khalsa College, Delhi University. We have Dharmana Raviteja from Acharya Nagarjuna University. And we have Lakshya Shikha Pawar from Dayal Singh College, Delhi University. I would just brief the rules once. Yeah. All right. So, so what we will do is, I hope you all know about speaker, reactor, and the concluder, right? So speaker 1 of group 1, and you have your groups ready. So we have group 1 and group 2. So speaker 1 of group 1 will speak for 2 minutes, followed by reaction from group 2. Okay, that is for 2 minutes. And the reactor can either cross question or, can have the reactor can, either make a comment or have a question. Okay, which speaker has to answer. And that will be for 2 minutes. Then speaker from group 2 will speak for 2 minutes, followed by reaction from group 1. Okay. And the reactor can either make a comment as mentioned or ask question, which speaker 2 has to answer in just 2 minutes, within that 2 minutes of time frame. And then we have a slot of 7 minutes where the, where Mr. Sumit Prasad will ask questions to both the groups within the 7 minutes and have to answer it accordingly. And then the interjector is followed by conclusion by both the groups for 2 minutes each. And then we have another concluding, time for the, reaction of the moderator. All right. So the rules are simple. And over to you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Very interesting topic, right? What's the youth preparedness for adopting sustainable lifestyle? It goes back to the very first saying, it's something that we do in our day-to-day life, right? How many of us are actually sort of, making this as a daily habit so that we become sustainable in the long term? But then what does this, sustainable lifestyle actually means is the core of this particular debate, right? Do we really understand that particular meaning about it? Because what sustainable lifestyle would be very different for a person based upon their particular profile itself, right? People always want to sort of, get a better out of their particular life. They want to raise their life, quality of life and everything else. So the sustainability for them or the quality of life for them would be very different. But are they sustainable in the way they live? That's the real question that we're asking, right? And how is the youth actually being prepared on this particular aspect, right? So with this, I'm going to ask the group 1 to come up and start with their first sort of remarks on the debate. Please go ahead. Yes, please. I'll give the time. Yeah, I'll do that. Please go ahead.
A warm good afternoon to everyone. The global youth was preparing to fight against climate change well before the old generation or the world even understood the effects of climate change. When the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released their 1.5 degrees Celsius special report mentioning that the average global temperature would rise by 1.5 degrees Celsius, the term youth preparedness became synonymous with the term sustainable development. To reaffirm that position, we'd like to propose 2 arguments for the motion. The first argument is that the youth preparedness significantly contributes to the climate change adaptation, helps in disaster risk reduction, and in implementing the Sendai framework. I think everyone here would agree when I say that the effects of climate change are unequal in nature. That is the developing versus developed state argument. We all agree with that. However, we would like to propose that there is another view to this. That is, we need to introduce the age factor here too, because it's a proven fact that the younger generation is much more vulnerable to the effects of climate change than the older generation. Thus, it is of prime importance that we make sure that our youth is prepared for climate change, and that the specifically the developing nations. I would give an example from Kenya here. The youth-led enterprise Takaviri here, they harvest the invasive hyacinth plants from the Lake Victoria, which helps in reduction risk of livelihood of the fishermen there and the ecosystem that is in the water body. The another example here would be for the disaster risk reduction, which is the Children's Charter. This Children's Charter is
30 more seconds.
This Children's Charter is basically the YCC pledge. It's just that it's also integrated in the national policy. The second argument is that the policy coherence is at the heart of 2030 agenda, and integrating the youth's interest in the youth in the policy making would significantly increase the implementation strategy and the effectiveness of the policies. Just one example from Ghana here, the Green Youth Organization is trying hard and pressure the government of Ghana to implement policies that benefit the youth. Another example is from
Time's up, group 1.
Thank you.
Yep.
Just one more line. All the examples that I've mentioned here are from the developing countries, not a developed state. So make sure to don't undermine the efforts in this debate. Thank you.
Thank you, group 1. Some interesting points, interesting angle to look, the youth's participation from system lifestyle, from the angle of, climate resilience adaptation. You try to make it. Any reactions from the group 2 on this front?
Hello. I believe that youth should not be solely responsible for it. It is the duty of government and stakeholders to promote and implement policies to encourage the sustainable development. And my next point is that expecting the youth to make significant change in their lifestyle can be unrealistic and unfair also, because young peoples today already dealing with that immense pleasure for finding such like unemployment. They have to found their employment, and for the people who doing their studies, they have all the stuff like they have assignments, records. So it is extra burden. And my next point is that sustainable living can often be more expensive and require more than and effort than conventional living. This can be make it difficult for young people who are often on limited budget and it adopt sustainable lifestyle. We need to make sustainable living more accessible and affordable for all, not just for the youth. And my next point is that we must also acknowledge that they face several challenges in adopting sustainable lifestyle. The education system does not adequately prepare them for this, and the society norms and values they grew up with may not priorities sustainable. And my last point is that while it is that governments and other stakeholders have a responsibility to promote the sustainable lifestyle, and we should not underestimate the youth. So can play, it is for some less actions, we get, what is that called? The reaction will be more for less actions. For example, if we do small activities in our villages, some of the people may inspire from us. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Group 2. I think the points made by both the groups are to the point, especially the point on being expensive is a very important point considering the lifestyle to be under the question, right? Moving to the point, moving to the speaker of Group 2. Over to you for the next set of remarks.
All right. Hi, I am Aryan. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'll just straight get into the debate. The question that we have here is that is the youth prepared enough to lead a sustainable lifestyle? And when we refer to the youth, it is very, very important and integral for us to remember that the youth is not just the upper layered, the upper privileged class, but we also have to factor in the vulnerable communities or the people or the socially economically backward communities who are very vulnerable to the problem of climate change. We cannot disregard the social and economic costs which come with adopting a sustainable lifestyle. We have to factor in that there is a lack of awareness in people even about how to live a sustainable lifestyle, because a lot of practices which are called sustainable per se happen to have no ecological sense. So if we are saying that is the youth prepared to adopt a sustainable lifestyle, no, because yes, maybe the upper layer who can bear the cost of it, but there are a lot of socially and economically backward people who cannot bear the cost of it. I would also like to point out one last point, that individual actions have their own limitations. There is a very famous statement that climate individualism is a capitalistic construct. We have to figure in, and we have to point out this very basic fact that we have to hold the corporate, the big companies and the governments responsible for the problem accountable, and help and ask them to create an environment where each and everyone can facilitate and live in a can live a sustainable lifestyle. Because this is how we can this is the only way that we can go forward with living a sustainable lifestyle. But if we have the basic question right now, that is the youth ready? No, because the three basic points are: there is a lack of awareness on how to live the sustainable lifestyle. There are not enough means, there are not enough resources. So it becomes the inherent responsibility of the people in power to make us available of the resources. And I'll just conclude this statement by: climate change will only change when policy will change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Group 2. Again, I think you're building upon the points that your first speaker has made. Lack of awareness is an add-on to that. Certainly, when we look at the point on lifestyle, it is something which is basically the need at its present stage, but awareness to how to make it sustainable in long term is also the need of the hour. So I will now move to the Group 1 towards understanding the reaction. What are your reactions for Group 2's point?
Hello. Yeah. So first of all, we all have to understand the topic itself. Preparedness for climate change and sustainability, because that's in accordance with it. Now, something that is constantly changing, our environment is changing, we are changing as a society, we are growing, we are developing. With that respect, preparedness is also not a constant. It's not an outcome. It can never be a deadline. It is always a journey that we all are moving on. Especially we all here, are moving on. Now, sir only in the morning session. He said that since last 30 years, we have been actively talking about this topic. So let's understand what is sustainability in that respect. We have green consumerism, we have veganism, vegetarianism, then we have renewables, the adopting of renewables and such, which are the pointers of a sustainable lifestyle. Now, we have to understand that mitigation and adaptation go hand in hand. And talking about youth preparedness, we had Miss Hita Lakhwani. She is the Climact founder, who's right here with us. Yesterday, we had a session with Miss Prachi Shevgaonkar and for the Conclave the Globe application. So we see that the youth is actively involved. And then another very interesting is Megha Priya. She is one of the architects who didn't choose the conventional architecture approach and went for the green building concept. And the IIM Vishakhapatnam campus received a 5-star rating from Griha because they all worked on the green building concept in it. Now, to come to your questions, you talked about government, stakeholders, and corporate being more responsible and being the person whom we should point out to. So, 2 points here. One, we can't wait for them. We youth have an advantage that, if talking about the population of a country, more than 50% are below 25 years old and more than 65% are below 35 years old. We have this opportunity to work as a pressure group to create pressure on these stakeholders with respect to the pointers that we want to make. Also, my friend here made a point about underdeveloped nations and they're working on this topic.
Last 10 seconds.
So if they can't, if they have no reason, if they, after being an undeveloped nation, they can still work for it, why can't we? And about the expensiveness of it, again, the pressure groups point would work. Just a second. And about the busyness of our students, we can say that we all are here, we all are present here out of our busy schedules. So, and we are putting in our efforts. And we can't wait for the people to act. And yes, about the vulnerable communities.
You may now conclude quickly.
Yeah, I'll conclude. The vulnerable communities, the tribals who have had immense connection to the environment and the ones we have had so many historical tribal acts and movements with respect to the same thing. So I believe when we talk about youth, we have Greta and so many other activists, and we have all of us here, which is an example that youth is actively involved and is prepared with respect to the current social, environmental, and economic conditions.
Thank you, group.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, those points were, they really hit the stone, and you actually stole some of my points of interjection, right? Doesn't matter. I think, in the meantime, you guys can prepare your conclusion statements. I'll just share my thoughts in this entire narrative of sustainable lifestyle. I think that's something, since the time when I, did my MBA in business sustainability from Terry University, I was very passionate about moving the needle. And I always believe that, a single individual can do these small bits. And at the time, we can get a group of people and a huge set of people who can actually lead to a big movement at a larger goal that would be beneficial for the entire planet, right? So with this, I've done a lot of initiatives, but then what the problem which I really face is this entire process is the motivation that we miss at times to continue with the way that we want to do it. Let me tell you by the very fact that at its present state, what is the population of the world? Can anybody just tell me? Yes. Yes, it's about 7.88 billion. So we are close to 10. And which is the highest populated country? India has overshot China. It's about 1.4 billion. And as Group 1 clearly highlighted, we have about 50% of youth population in India. Imagine, I'm sure that this youth population would have parents, they have relatives. Imagine the influence this youth population can create in the entire Indian population, towards bringing or towards incorporating sustainable lifestyle. But the question here is this, how many of us are willing to not to buy a car and travel via train or metro? Can you just raise your hand? When you grow up in your stretch of your professional life, are you willing to not to buy a car and go via train? Let's hope that this remains. Let's hope that this remains, because this is a very practical question which you will face when you go up in your stretcher, right? The reason I'm saying this is because everyone in our life would like to professionally grow, They want to have a good house. They want to have, they want to travel abroad. They want to live the life, right? But then we have limited resources at our hand, right? We cannot keep consuming the water the way we are consuming at present. There is no water monitoring at all at the various places across the country. There is no, I mean, the way we use our energy resources is huge, right? But are we really talking about it? We do have policies now that has come into place where we are now improving our energy efficiency. We are improving our, but the way we are sort of also generating waste is huge. The amount of discussion that we're having on e-waste these days is huge. So I think more or less, we need to sort of think ourselves that, are we really ready, especially the youth? Are we really ready to take a difficult call or a tough call within ourselves that we will adopt these sustainable practices, and also enjoy this as a luxury, not as a, as a force fit of not being able to go by car, but as a luxury to use a common way of moving around the city, which is also actually their property. So I think it's much more from that angle. And just on the final bit, on the thoughts of the resource efficiency, which is the crush of this entire lifestyle. How many of you know about the Earth Shoot Day? Yep. Have you heard about it? So let me give you just an example of that. So each year there is an international entity which actually sort of monitors that, how much amount of energy, how much amount of resources and the services the humans have consumed within an year versus the Earth's regeneration of the resources. So if in a sense, if an Earth sort of generates about 100 resources throughout the year, but human demands is about 300 or 400 per year. And this year, that day, we have overshoot, the Earth resources, its regenerative capacity last year, sorry, on 21st of July, 2022. Imagine the pace we are using Earth resources, and this cannot continue the way it is. So my request to both the, both the groups is to think about some practical solutions while you're debating about not just, whether the youth can actually sort of deliver, whether the youth should be impacting on the social lifestyle, but also something about the practical solutions that can come on board while you're giving those concluding remarks. Yeah, over to the group one first. That's a group one.
Hello. Moving ahead with the concluding remarks from group one, here I go with it. The willingness to adapt to a sustainable lifestyle was tested through a questionnaire among students of Mendel University in Brno, who are theoretically well informed about the topic. Overall, 417 students answered, that is 19% of the respondents. The students generally recognized the need to address environmental issues, and 90.6% intended to change their lifestyle in this direction. Climate change is here. As its impact intensifies over time, it is the children and young people of today who will face the worst effects, probably being a reason why the youth needs to be prepared. After the IPCC's 1.5 degrees Celsius special report, youth preparedness has become a synonym with fight against climate change. The two highlighting point that group one included in our session was inclusiveness of youth's different age groups, as it would help in disaster management reduction and implementation of Sendai framework with regards of underdeveloped, developing and developed nations, which cannot be undermined. Policy coherence for sustainable development is at the heart of the Agenda 2030. A systematic change to enhance intergenerational solidarity is urgently required to address and remove inequalities and to tackle structural barriers to meaningful youth engagement. Preparedness is not a deadline, rather a journey of contributions and the youth by the youth, including eminent youths like Hita, Prachi, Megha, and all other co-members of me present at the Youth Climate Conclave 2023, the third edition of YCC. Are we ready or not? The question asked by our moderator, sir. Well, the answer to this question, is the youth ready or not, is the youth prepared or not, does not have a collective answer at all. It is an answer which has an individual realization to each one of you. It is an answer that comes out of the effects of the changes that you make every day. So the answer to the question, is youth ready or not, is with you. Let's see if you get to the answer or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Group One, for that excellent concluding remark. Again, these are the points which we are actually looking forward to. I mean, this is what we need. We want the youth to be ready towards, integrating those sustainable practices in their day-to-day life. So, yeah, over to Group Two. I know Group One always has a leverage with respect to the topic itself, but then I think it would be interesting to see that how you're sort of even addressing those challenges. So
good afternoon, everyone. So the conclusion of Group 2 goes like this. It's informative to talk about the achievement of people sitting here, but I would like to say that according to the report of International Labour Organization, in absolute terms, child labor for the age group of 13 to 17 years age range is highest in India. That amounts to 5.8 million youth. How can our youth be prepared for adapting a sustainable lifestyle when they are getting prepared to load and unload the bricks? Adaptation is the response to our economic system. But how can we adapt when the sustainable lifestyle is 75 to 85% more expensive than the conventional expenses? It is the report which is given by the government of New Zealand. Group 1 talked about the inclusiveness. I would like to highlight that India ranks 110. I would like to repeat, 110 among 169 countries in the Social Progress Index, which correlates with lack of access to the resources. It's not just about male, female. It's high time we talk about non-binary gender also. And we totally agree that there are lack of resources, lack of awareness as well. Thank you.
Group 2, very excellent point again. These are the points which actually are the real challenges which the youth are sort of are facing towards preparedness towards incorporating lifestyle. I'll again come back to the basically summarizing the entire debate and also giving my sort of a little bit of conclusion remark on that. I think in today's world, we need to first decide whether we want to become a consumer centric or not, right? And the youth has the power. As in the previous session, we were looking at it, at how many of us use mobile phone for how many hours. And within that, we are getting attracted with a lot of consumer stuff that is going on, the services that is going on, be it video surfing or be it anything else. And to some extent, we are attracted towards it. And that's all consumer centric, right? We all want iPhone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15, 16, whatever it comes on. It's all consumer centric, and to the extent possible, and it's a call. It's a tough call also as a youth that you guys want to do it. But then it's also something we want to realize that in our historical history, that we have a lot of sustainable practices that we used to adopt, right? We never had plastic plates previously. We used to use cooler cup plate and everything else, right? So it's very different, which is actually now losing its space. And coming to the point, yes, it has become now much more commercial. We have now purchased that. Earlier, it wasn't that much costly. It is now much more commercialized, right? So we are losing that. We are losing that sort of narrative. So again, excellent points coming from that. Completely agree. But similarly, when I also see the points where where the youth involvement is extremely important, and where the youth can also integrate their ways of the innovative ideas within themselves and come up with very unique solutions within their own family setup, within their own community. They can be the influencer at a great level, right? They can influence their parents, they can influence their relatives towards, or at least, when they go outside, you can say that, why do you use car? Please go by a bus or metro. Everything is available, right? So those sort of an influence where I think that, youth can play a lot more role, right? So I think it's not just about the preparedness, it's also about how actively youth wants to pursue sustainable lifestyle. And to all the people who are here, it is your future, right? And as I said, we have 50% of the population is youth. And you guys have the all control over it because you are the influencer in your community. So I would suggest that please leverage upon your influencing power within your circles, and try to sort of ensure that whenever you're doing that, they implement those choices, make them difficult situations so that they implement those choices. And in my last remark, I'll just sort of say that in a concluding remark of, I'll quote Mahatma Gandhi here, where he says there is enough for everybody needs, and not for anybody's greed. With this, I'd like to conclude the session. Excellent debate with the panelists, and I love the debate. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you all. Anything before we conclude with this session? Anything from the audience? Any reaction, conclusion? Anything? Yes, Mannat, you were already a part. Okay. All right, group category B, Mannat has a point to say.
Right. So I feel that I took this point from yesterday's sessions. One of the speakers said that it should be the duty of the manufacturers to produce the only sustainable product and to not leave it on the youth or to anybody to choose between the sustainable and the not so sustainable product. So it should be the manufacturers who just produce the sustainable product and stock the shelves accordingly, so that youth is not under the pressure and nobody has to pressurize them to follow a minimalistic lifestyle. If they have the only sustainable product to buy, they won't be under any pressure to go forth and choose between them. And it won't add on to the pressures they already have, such as bullying, peer pressure, school pressure, and even college pressure that many youth face right now. So rather than imposing a minimalism on them and a minimalistic lifestyle, if it's from the manufacturer's side, where they just put the sustainable product on the shelves, it'll be very easy for the youth to choose the right product.
May I answer that?
Sure.
Hi, what's your name? Mannat. Hi, Mannat. I'm Anshul. So that's an excellent point. And yesterday, I'm from group 3 in the discussion panel. So that's an excellent point. You were thinking about it, that in an idealistic situation, like I spoke about the Coke example, if they just stopped manufacturing and using plastic bottles to, get the sale out of the Coke liquid, then it would be such a beautiful situation. The environmental impact would really help us, right? And the environment as well. But there are a few things to understand. You talked about competition in the market, right? And you also talked about alternatives. So one thing is that we need proper R&D, right? Research and development in that sector, that alternatives of plastic can come. Because listen, Coke has, I'm taking the Coke example, nothing against Coke, but suppose any large company, it's like a conglomerate, right? It has so much investment, so much money, so much outreach, so much influence in our country, in the world itself. So shifting entirely from one point to another takes in a lot of expenses, a lot of investments, and there's also stocks, right? So they go up and down. So definitely, if it comes from the people who are in the private companies, it would be an idealistic situation, but it'll take time, while including the R&D as well as considering other economic and social factors.
So that's what we say. Youth involvement at the moment could be a bane, but in the process, it can act as a boon when the right alternatives to the youth are provided and when minimalism is not imposed on them, but it comes naturally to them. Right?
You're talking about the alternatives. Yes, with time and what youth can do, I really feel, and I've seen so many people here from different states doing the same thing, no matter they are from urban, rural, whatever background or society. They are individually taking the effort, and then they are getting groups like their friends and their family members and all of them to work for a cause, which is what I think as pressure groups we can do, we can all do. And also, I think in international market and aspects and the exim policy, all of that would also come in this respect. Because to take such a huge decision because of replacing plastic with some good alternatives.
It's not just plastic. It could be small things. We know garment industry is water intensive, as I mentioned.
Sorry, I would want to interrupt here. Mannat, we have given only one, comment just to react or, to have a comment. So I think, yeah, we can have questions from others also. Yeah, but the discussion, of course, will go on, and you can have it during your tea break. Yeah.
Thank you, Manna. Thank you for the question.
We'll only take 2 questions. Yes. No. The one at the back. Yeah. Yes. Sure.
Okay, so this was like related to the group A session. So the first session, it was a point for like Bain. So I'm not so sure. So youth are currently having multiple things to do, and if everyone just like tries to help in climate change and goes to climate activism, who will be there to like check on technology, agriculture, making food, increasing economies, having space research? There are so many other things. How do you expect youth to do everything at the same time?
Do you want someone to react? I mean,
Yeah, I want like one of
whom
the
do you want to
one of the people from like Monty.
Yes. So that is a good point. Yes. The youth already has a lot going in for their careers. Some may want to be astronauts, some of them might want to be politicians. But why the youth come in, why the youth come in right now? Um, the youth come in right now, no matter what their age is. Are they in college? Are they in middle school, high school? That doesn't matter right now, because the problem is has progressed so far, but we're pretty much too late at this point. So we have no choice but to make a small sacrifice, all of us, not just the youth, even the adults, to sacrifice some of our lives to better the world.
No, I think we have one over there. No, you have already, had your chance. We had one at this table. Anyone? Okay, if we do not have anyone here, yes, you had a question or a
Yeah, I want to
reaction.
say that whenever we talk about climate change, we usually address youth, that youth should be trained. But while I'd like to say that the elders also play a key role, because youth grow under the guidance of elders. And we always say that youth have a new perspective, they can absorb better. But we have to hold summits and sessions to instill that in youth. But overall, the youth may have a open mind, and they may absorb better. But when it comes to environment, I think that elders would be able to absorb better, because they have seen the transition over the years from the climate change. They have actually observed. We are quite used to this pollution, because we are living in that. So that is why that has to be instilled in us. But if we will talk to elders about it, they already know about it. And if they will be trained, then they can train the youth as well, because they grow under their guidance itself.
All right. Yes, duly noted. Yes, but yeah, I think we would, not want to, answer to this. Yes, because yeah, it's a very, that's why we have kept this two very interesting topics, because yes, this debate can go on, and and right after that we have given a tea break, so that you can keep on the discussions going. All right. So yeah, before we have a little bit of time before our tea break. So we have a very, interesting video, which is created by one of the one of the participants, that is Miss Manya. She has a short documentary, and it is by Manya and her team efforts to save wetlands. And we'll just screen that, because we have a couple of more time. And after screening, we have few logistic things to be announced. And so do not leave. We will have a tea break, but after the announcement.
वनकरवास करके जहाँ पे वनकर यानी कि जो शेड्यूल कास्ट के लोग होते हैं वो लोग ज्यादातर वहां पे रहते, लेकिन उसका जो महत्व है बहुत बड़ा है। ये बात शुरू हुई थी 2018 में, जब मैं जर्नलिज्म के स्टूडेंट्स को अर्बन इकोलॉजी के बारे में पढ़ा रहा था। तो जब उनको अर्बन इकोलॉजी के बारे में पढ़ाना था तो मुझे उनको दिखाना भी था। उसकी रेकी के लिए जब मैं भाईली के उस छोटे से तालाब के पास गया, वनकरवास के पास, तब मुझे पता भी नहीं था कि वो जगह का नाम वनकरवास है या तो वहां पे कौन लोग रहते हैं। जब वहां पे मैं गया तो सबसे पहली चीज जो मुझे अंदर जो आज तक याद है वो था पंछियों का इंसानों के साथ में एकदम नजदीक में रहना। उसके दूसरे साल वही सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाने के लिए जब मैं वहां पे गया तो परिस्थिति कुछ और थी। कचरा बहुत था, जो स्टॉर्म वाटर कैनाल थी उसमें से पूरा कचरा बह के उस तालाब में चला गया था। पूरा तालाब जो था वो थर्मोकॉल, प्लास्टिक, उन सब कचरों से भरा हुआ था। मैंने सोचा कि ये ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए और कहानी वहां से शुरू हुई थी।
Wetlands are in fact very important systems in the arid and semi-arid systems. Now, if you take our Vadodara city, we are in a semi-arid system where the surface water conservation is very, very important because the groundwater recharge takes place through the surface water ponds. And once this ponds, they act as a sponge wherein the water percolates down. And that percolation is very important because whenever there's a groundwater extraction, especially from the high-rise buildings, it is the water which is passing down through these ponds and recharging our aquifers. Now, when there is a loss of wetlands or the small ponds, if you see in our city, there were 40, we have lost 40 hectares of a pond area in the last 5 years. That is equivalent to 8 Susagar lakes. And this has reduced our water quality, deteriorated our water quality in the terms of higher TDS and salinity. And when there is salinity increase, there is an issue of fluorides coming into the water. And you won't believe, in our last sampling in 21, we got a fluoride levels of more than 2 milligram per liter in the Vadodara groundwater. And there is no RO system which removes this fluorides.
तो मैंने सोचा कि मैं 12 से लेके 20 की उम्र के जो बच्चे हैं उनको अपने साथ जोड़ूंगा, क्योंकि वो बड़े बच्चे तो फिजिकल काम करना होता है तो वो भी अच्छे से कर सकेंगे। लेकिन जब मैं वहां पे गया, कुछ 2-4 लोगों से मेरी मेल मुलाकात हुआ और वो मुझे जानने लगे, तो मैंने देखा कि जो बच्चों को मैं सोच रहा था वो तो अपने मोबाइल में लगे हुए थे और उनका और कोई ठिकाना भी नहीं था कि वो आज आ जाएंगे, कल आएंगे या नहीं आएंगे, वो मुझे पता नहीं था। तो मैं थोड़ा उदास होकर बैठा हुआ था, मंदिर है वहां पे, और तब थोड़े बच्चे, छोटे छोटे बच्चे मेरे पास आए और ये मेरी टोपी और मूछ की वजह से उनको लगा कि ये कौन है। तो अपनी उत्सुकता के साथ में वो मेरे पास आए और मुझे पूछा कि आप यहाँ पे क्यों आए हो, आप कौन हो। तो मैंने बोला कि मैं एक शिक्षक हूँ, टीचर हूँ। और वहां से हमारा वो रिश्ता शुरू हुआ। ये जो मैंने जब उनको पहली बार देखा तो मुझे पता चला कि एक अनटेम्ड एनर्जी है, अनटैप्ड एनर्जी है, जो अगर सही दिशा उसको मिलती है तो वो कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। वो मुझे अंदर से उस दिन पता चल गया था, क्योंकि एक गजब का उनके पास एक विश्वास था जब वो मेरे साथ बात करते थे। तो बात आगे बढ़ी, सारे बच्चे थे उसमें करीब 20 बच्चे जुड़ गए थे और हम लोग रोज मिलते। ये ऐसा नहीं था कि पहले दिन जाके उनको मैंने बोला कि चलो हम तालाब की सफाई करते हैं। मुझे पता था कि इन बच्चों से अगर हम जुड़ जाएंगे तो साथ में मिलके ही करना ठीक रहेगा। ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है कि मैं उनको बोलूं और वो साफ करे और मैं वहां पे बैठ के देखूंगा। We discussed, at least for 2 or 3 weeks, we did not do anything. We simply discussed about so many issues that are taking place in their own vicinity. और उसके बाद में हमने जब वो एक विश्वास आया कि नहीं ये तो गलत हो रहा है और उसको हमको बदलना पड़ेगा, तब जाके हमने वो काम शुरू किया था। तो छोटे छोटे बच्चे, जो सबसे छोटी बच्ची जो थी वो 4 साल की, एक छोटी सी बच्ची मीरा करके थी, तो वो इतना, वो आज भी मैं वो सीन भूल नहीं सकता। आज भी मैं उस बच्ची का मुंह भूल नहीं सकता। एक 4 साल की बच्ची हाथ में ग्लव्स पहन के कचरा उठा रही, और कचरा भी क्या, सिरिंजेस थे, डाइपर्स थे, सैनिटरी नैपकिन थे, किसी ने अपना जूठा खाना डाल दिया, वो सब वहां पे पड़ा। तो वो हमने उठा उठा के इकट्ठा करना शुरू किया।
તળાવ પણ હૈયાનું જ છે અને હું પણ હૈયાનો જ છું, પણ અમને આ તળાવની જે મેઇન વાત છે એ જ નથી ખબર કે આ તળાવમાં 80 થી ઉપરના પક્ષીઓ આવે છે. પણ આ વાત અમને ત્યારે ખબર પડી જ્યારે હિતાજ સર અહીંયા આવ્યા, અને આ તળાવનું મહત્વ એ જ છે કે આ વડોદરામાં આટલું નાનું તળાવ અને આટલા બધા પક્ષી ક્યાં જ નથી આવતા.
तो पंछी के बारे में हमने बहुत सारे जो एस्पेक्ट्स होते हैं कि पंछी कौन से पंछी होते हैं, टेरेस्ट्रियल बर्ड होते हैं, वेटलैंड बर्ड्स होते हैं, दोनों में फर्क क्या होता है, क्यों वेटलैंड बर्ड्स यहाँ पे आते हैं, क्यों हमारे विस्तार के बाजू में ही दूसरा बड़ा तालाब है वहां पे वो वेटलैंड बर्ड्स क्यों नहीं आते हैं। ये सारे जो पहलू थे वो धीरे 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 करते एक से एक लेयर के बाद दूसरी लेयर के तीसरी लेयर, ये सब खुलता गया। मैं भी सीखता गया, वो लोग भी सीखते गए, और उसके बीच में जो था वो छोटा सा तालाब था।
So here was this young band of children, probably about half a dozen or a little more, who actually came forward and cleaned the lake of all the plastic and the garbage, etc. And I was very privileged because they invited me, Hitat Bhai and the gang of youngsters invited me to have to conduct a 2-hour session on the birds of the area. So with armed with nothing but a PowerPoint presentation, I actually shared my perspective and my thoughts about bird watching and the importance of how bird watching and understanding the birds of the area can actually enhance the understanding of the environment, because birds are very much a part of the environment. And what I found was that the children were full of enthusiasm. They had a lot of questions. They also shared a lot of observations because they were extremely observant. So they shared a lot of observations. They were keen to take photographs. They were keen to learn more. They were keen to read also. So they were given a book in Gujarati by the late Dr. Salim Ali, one of the standard books. And the way they actually devoured the information was really impressive.
હવે મેમને અમને સલીમ અલી આપી છે, તો હવે અમને અગર કોઈ પણ બર્ડની પર ડાઉટ હોય કે હવે આ ઈંડુ કારે આપે કે આનું સાયન્ટિફિક નેમ શું છે, ગુજરાતી નેમ શું છે, કેમ કે એક ડાયરી અમને રાહુલ સરે પણ આપી છે જેની અંદર એનું ગુજરાતી નામ, સાયન્ટિફિક અને એની સેન્ટીમીટર, મેલ ફિમેલમાં શું અંતર છે એ બધું લખેલું હોય. બટ અડધા પક્ષી અમે જે જોયા છે એમાં એ નથી, તો અમે સલીમ અલીમાંથી જોઈને એને શીખી લઈએ કે આનું ગુજરાતી નામ આ છે. White written pictures, cockroach with barbers, purple sunbird, house sparrow, black crowned nighthawk, jungle babbler, black crowned.
Subsequent to that, sometime in December end, we had a field visit to Vadwana, and the children were actually counting and recording the birds, and they have done an excellent job in a very scientific way as young citizen scientists to record their observations using the app called eBird, which is a worldwide app brought out by the Cornell Lab of Ornithology in the US, but it contains observations of people from across the world. And a large number of Indian bird watchers regularly contribute. So these young bird watchers were regularly contributing to the eBird. When we visited Vadwana wetlands, they were able to see a lot of birds. They were able to identify, and they were also able to add to their list of birds that they have seen. what we in bird watching terms call lifers. So what we really did was that whilst going to Vadvana, there were two other lakes, the Daboy Lake as well as the lake at Kukad, which they were able to see. Vadvana is a very, shall we say, quite deep, but some of the shallower water bodies also were something that they were able to see. And they were able to identify many of the species which they see in their own lake.
Yeah. He's doing a wonderful work, and let me tell you, the children were simply amazing. I had a first-hand experience of interacting with them, and I was simply amazed with the level of awareness that the children had. My opinion is that these students should be fast-tracked into gaining knowledge much faster by making special provisions in education institutes or research institutes where they can sharpen their knowledge and acquire new skills. Overall, the data should be in the consumable form where a common man can actually understand what's happening in Bhai, what's happening in the water bodies around Barodara city, what is new so far this is concerned, or what new needs to be done for its conservation. And I think a team of such kids can actually work wonders for conservation of water bodies.
ये जो बच्चे हैं वो उस लेवल तक पहुंच चुके हैं जहाँ पे उनको और भी सीखना है, उनको और भी सिखाने वाले चाहिए और वो बदलाव ला सकते हैं। ये जो सीखना सिखाना जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ वो सिर्फ किसी डिग्री के लिए नहीं, उनको कोई कलेक्टर या कमिश्नर नहीं बन जाना है, वो तो एक बदलाव ला रहे हैं। अगर हमारा एजुकेशन उस बदलाव को सही प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं दे सकता है तो फिर ये जो पूरा सिस्टम है किस काम का? मेरे हिसाब से आई ट्राइड माय बेस्ट टू फाइंड आउट इंस्टीट्यूशंस that would support such initiatives by giving advanced level training to children of this age group and making them enabled to go to the next level. But there are no such institution. That is probably the most painful moment for me, because together we have all invested a lot of things in whatever we are doing, and if it stops like this, अगर ये जर्नी ऐसे ही रुक जाती है तो मुझे लगता है कि हम सब एक साथ फेल हो जाएंगे. We all will collectively fail in understanding children, and we always say that children are the torch bearers. What do we have for them? Do we have that thought process to support what they are doing? ये सवाल आप सबके लिए है कि हमें आगे क्या करना चाहिए.
who are a part of some a network of climate change, working on climate change issues or on sustainable development issues. So we would like to hear from you, more from you. So, we would have a feedback form where we have a separate column where you can mention the active networks you are a part of, and please do mention, where you are a part, write a brief about that, network, also with the, if there's a website link for it. Yeah, so we'll put that in the feedback form, which will be shared with all the participants, and we would request feedback from you all about the whole 3-day, conclave that we had. All right, so now thank you everyone once again. We break for tea, and after we are back, we have the last session, which it's a continuation of the session we had on day 2, which is on the development of youth pledge, which is the outcome document prepared by you all. So I'm sure you all must be, waiting to prepare this and work on, have group discussions. So we will do that after a tea break, and we come back sharp at 3:45. Thank you. Also, one logistic announcement for outstation participants who have to leave before by 6. Please meet us at the registration counter. Only for the outstation participants who has to, catch a flight or a train or any other, if they have to leave by today. Thank you. Almost coming to end of the, day 3. We are coming to the end of the session of this 3-day Youth Climate Conclave. And this is one of the, most important session that we have to cover right now, which is the outcome document. Like we have mentioned in the past also, we prepare an outcome document, which is the, youth pledge. So can we have your attention, everyone? All right. So yesterday also, we had a working group discussion on the development of pledge, where, you were divided in groups and you were it was basically a brainstorming and, basically to lay out the structure of the pledge. So again, we will work on that. We will come back on that itself. And for this, I would again like to invite Ms. Hita Lakhani. She's the founder and director of Climate Act Foundation. And I would request her to take over the session. So over to you, Hita. Can we have a round of applause, everybody?
So before we get into the session for today, we were thinking we'll do a little bit of an energizer because it's the end of. So if everyone can please stand up for a minute. थोड़े दूर दूर खड़े हो जाओ. Make some space. Can you put your hands out in the front so you're not bumping into somebody? Put your hands out to the side. Don't slap somebody next to you. Okay. Are you ready to dance? Okay, we're going to try this. Let's see if the audio works from the computer. Sorry, my bad. Okay. Okay, I don't know what version is playing. What, can everyone see me? If I Okay, people at the back, can you see me? No? I will not stand on a chair. You are free to stand on a chair as long as it doesn't break. But otherwise, as long as you can see the person in front of you, this is going to be a fun game of dance and Chinese whispers at the same time. So it's not that scary. It's going to take 30 seconds at the max. Okay. All you need to do is you need to copy what I'm doing. Easy? Yes? Okay.
I am not trying to be.
Okay, can we have everyone settle down, please? Okay, once more at the end of this. So the moment we are done with the group discussion, we'll do another dance to a song of your choice, okay? Whoever suggested a song has to come and dance because I know only one song. Okay. Guys, can we settle down? Okay, at the end of the group discussion, each group needs to come up with one song with which your group is going to dance on. Okay, that's part of your group discussion. But before that, you actually need to have the discussion. So you need to listen to me. People at the back, can I get your attention, please? Hi, I see some people waving. Good, you're listening to me. Okay, what are we going to do now? Do you remember your groups from yesterday? Who doesn't know what group you were in? Okay. People who don't know their groups, it's fine. You can come in the front. We'll figure out a new group for you. Okay. It's okay. Sit for now. Just when I'm done with instructions, you can come in the front. What we did yesterday, we quickly spoke about what was the actions that you all are doing, some challenges that you all might have faced. And then we spoke about a big vision, a big picture. Yes. Ideal scenario of what you think climate action, or especially youth climate action, can look like. Today, we're going to move on and we're going to actually try and formulate what we want to see as the outcome. So from all the discussions that you've had yesterday throughout the day, we've tried and collated 6 big themes that have come out from the discussions. So there are 6 themes that you're going to focus on today. So today it's a lot more focused. You're not going to be talking about everything. You're specifically going to be talking about these 6 different themes. We'll run you through what these themes are. So each group, each facilitator, the only thing that you need to talk about, very simple, is what kind of action can you as young people do on the specific theme, right? So on each theme, you'll spend some time talking about it. So the only thing you're going to talk about is what kind of actions can you do? So either something that you're doing, or either you amplify something, or you support some particular type of work, or support some organizations, entities. Try to keep it as specific to the theme as you can. If there is some overlap with some other themes, which there might be sometimes, that's also fine. But try and talk about specifically what can we offer or what can we aim to do, right? So either we come up with solutions that currently exist, or we can come up with different actions that young people are taking, or you can come up with recommendations, or you can literally come up with saying we want to support certain kind of activities, or you can offer to say as young people, we pledge to do something, whatever that something might be ourselves, in particular in relation to the theme. Okay, so that is the only thing we're going to be talking about. What kind of actions can we take as young people in relation to the 6 themes that we have? We'll have enough time for discussions today, but we'll end earlier, and we'll end with each group. So out of the 7 groups, each group yesterday, like you shared, I'm going to be a lot more stricter on time today. So when you come back and you share what are the different actions under the 6 themes, you will literally have 30 seconds per theme to talk about what you have. So 6 themes. In 3 minutes, you need to finish sharing what your group has discussed. And then we will have a few minutes for the other groups to comment and reflect, which we could not do yesterday because we were running out of time. So today we'll try and keep to those 3 minutes per group. And then we have the other groups to maybe reflect, to maybe share if you have a question, if there's any thoughts that you want to share. That's where we can go group by group. Okay? Is this okay? मैं एक बार हिंदी में रिपीट करूं? Yes. तो आज हम जो करने वाले कल से we're going to build up, उसके ऊपर से we're going to just focus कि as young people हम क्या actions ले पा रहे हैं. हमने 6 थीम आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं कल के पूरे दिन के डिस्कशन से. तो इन 6 थीम में एज यंग पीपल हम क्या कर सकते हैं, या तो सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं, या तो हम प्लेज करते हैं कि कुछ एक्शंस कर सकते हैं, या कोई सॉल्यूशंस बता सकते हैं। उस हिसाब से आपको हर थीम के अंदर डिस्कशंस के लिए टाइम मिलेगा। एट द एंड ऑफ इट हम सब साथ आएंगे, आपके हर ग्रुप को 3 मिनट मिलेंगे, only 3 minutes. I will sit with my watch, so you're not going to be able to talk extra. If you've not been able to finish it, आपको 3 मिनट में वो बंद करना पड़ेगा। And then we will have time for people to ask questions, या उनके कुछ comments share करने हो, या किसी को कुछ अपने खुद के thoughts या experiences share करने हो, वो भी हो पाएगा। Okay? Yes? Nobody is interested. Not one person was interested. Are you sure you want to do this? Okay, I'm glad. Okay. We gone back to your groups from yesterday. Group 1 over here, this corner. Group 2, this corner. Group 2, your facilitator is out. I will come drop in for a bit. Group 3 on the left. To my left, sorry. Group 4 uske piche. Group 5 to my right at the corner, last corner. Group 6 yahan right hand side beech mein, and group 7 right in the center of the hall.
Hello, Shreya from group 1. Can you please join group 1? Shreya from group 2. Sorry. Shreya from group 2, please join group 2, which is here. Thank you.
In the process, is accountability of subject for your like he said, it's important to community. How do you practice it? By integrating environmental or someone can how to integrate climate and discussing all day. How can we just because the actions they can like initiate it, but that is my perspective. Like, yeah. आप individually how you further want to strengthen in this area. Let's bring इस टॉपिक में आप क्या एक्शन लेना चाहते हैं regard to climate for example अगर आप so how can you plan awareness या फिर campaign या drive it's Right. One-to-one mentorship program.
issue with that people already have many other things and they can't understand human aspect of the these people have to they can do something with the water people who are outside aware of these kind of social media campaign when you see There are people who are या फिर कोई नेचुरल रिजल्ट या फिर लोअर क्लास या क्लास graduate came like the first one graduate is the first like those people subject in a process पहले से मतलब कैंपेन बता सकते हैं क्या क्या या तैयार बचने के लिए पॉइंट उनको बता सकते और फाइट जहाँ पे लोग इंफॉर्मेशन गैदर कर सकते हैं या उनको हम उनके बारे में बता सकते हैं प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट कर सकते हैं
and like inclusiveness of gender and like empowering women. These are like interrelated. There's a story here like by the like हम like उनको तो वहाँ पे क्या है कि वो मतलब प्लास्टिक में प्लास्टिक बॉल में वो देते हैं तो उनको पता नहीं है साइंस के बारे में तो मैंने उन्हें बताया कि जब हम प्लास्टिक में पानी पीते हैं प्लास्टिक का कोई यूज करते हैं तो उसका नाम हमारे बड़ी जान याद है ये मतलब क्यूमुलेटिवली कोई क्रोनिक डिजीज लेके रखते हैं तो आप चाहते हो कि आप जो सर्विस दे रहे हो तो लोगों पे मतलब खराबी आए तो आप दाल पत्ता वाला प्लेट आप उसको यूज कर सकते हैं और उसको जो बना रहे हैं प्राइवेट वुमेन है उनकी इकोनॉमी के मतलब उनको भी कुछ मिले तो ये दोनों तरफ बिल्कुल का क्लाइंट और दोनों रिलेटेड उसी के बाद से जब एक महीने बाद गए तो वो बंदा रिफ्रेश कर सकता तो ये हम ध्यान
and climate justice. बड़े जानवर
climate, yeah, it's swinging the climate as one thing. Just after the
बात कर रहे हैं क्या how we fix that protection and the damage yeah that
you can come under nature.
Not there when the mind can't be I would be
like गवर्नमेंट का भी एक बहुत क्रूशियल रोल होना चाहिए मतलब इन्वायरमेंटल जस्टिस बहुत बड़ रहे हमारी लाइफ को हमारी सोसाइटी तो ब्यूरोक्रेट्स या फिर एग्जीक्यूटिव बॉडीज पेटेंट्स कॉपीराइट so these are important because they protect the rights of the will happen. Like
Directly we can like
stealing of ideas like for example, stealing of identity being something without giving credit. What can be benefit from and then those people can I think
अगर suggestion करना तो उसके अलावा एक और how do we get what is the solution? You're not allowed to plan
कैपेबिलिटी बिल्डिंग अप्रोच ज्यादा फॉलो करनी चाहिए जो उनको कैपेबिलिटी बिल्ड करनी चाहिए ऐसी एक स्कीम
that is the art of the government. We can read
हम और एक पॉइंट ऐड कर सकते हैं जैसे कि अभी आइडियाज है ऊपर शेयरिंग ऑफ आइडियाज तो लाइक शेयरिंग ऑफ रॉन्ग कॉन्सेप्ट पब्लिक अभी शेयरिंग ऑफ वाला तो वैसे हम लोग कर सकते हैं कि जैसे कि शेयरिंग ऑफ रॉन्ग कॉन्सेप्ट मतलब मार्केटिंग में कंपनी लोग अपना नेगेटिव फायदा स्प्रेड करते हैं so that उनका against them you can take action. Campaigns are not still or campaigns are not there by youth, but this can be taken. We can take it off. Examples are there. Everyone is doing doing every company is doing it on only not just like that. First government second is public and government what we need to do is we should get government to welcome the multinational companies. It's what they is of yet spreading on natural resources. Coming because of this our local vendors are not competent against them because by being the traditional goes like this. So we need to work on these two levels. We need to make people aware that though it's something more costly, but this is good for environment. We need to think either because environment or our benefit profits more. We have yeah. We need to trade off between two goods. एक मिनट पॉइंट का ज्यादा लॉन्ग पॉइंट एवरीथिंग मिलेगा तो अभी नेक्स्ट में चलो अभी नेक्स्ट है टेक्नोलॉजी एनर्जी एंड इनोवेशन तो किसका क्या है बोलो हाँ पेटेंट या but will make them revenue and money no use the सबका अलग अलग पॉइंट है सोशल मीडिया speak it loud. Your name? I भाई प्लेटफॉर्म में कुछ प्लेटफॉर्म से अपने फीलिंग आइडियाज मैं अंदर I am regretting from that platform. I am one of them now. We raise those platforms to school ideas upon them. You right now. Are you right?
We can generational inheritance of religions or like
Yes. तुम लोग वो दिखाने के लिए गाओगे तो चोरी होगा ही। Yes. Yeah, you are meant to stay. You're all nice. You are aligned into two. Demo bag take it. I'm calendar to bag. You roughly date to reducing the number of private many families, they buy a lot of vehicles. There's no point. Like here on for example, we can see that numbers of calls are here. We need to put them like here. Do this one. That's what is required. You're not more than that. यहाँ पर एग्जाम्पल लिखे यहाँ इसमें लाइटिंग का जरूरत है it's a side. It's not right, but we can make affordable for us online. We are developing service. We have 10 months. That's part of it, but the concept is
Like in science we know that we can convert kinetic energy to like electrical energy. So we can convert that. We can when we are like riding bicycle, we can place a battery on that. So that kinetic energy will reflect to like electrical energy, and we can store it. And we can use it in like charging phones and like like study lamp. So that in this we can save energy, and our effort will be like lead to generating that electrical energy. Replacing like by this we can replace cars and like we can say that we are contributing environment by this thing we can replace cars. So it will be like a hard and crazy thing. People should be included in my and then more side because that is the largest and it is that is the paper of state but more of responsibility of take care of really important I think that's the concept of the art is very relevant. नमामि गंगे प्रोग्राम नरेंद्र मोदी ने लॉन्च किया था रिवर फुटपाथ में so biodiversity obviously they are wild and like that you can also start realizing that abundant importance of
Hi. Hi, everyone. Can we wrap up discussions in the next 3 to 5 minutes, please? Yes, last 3 to 5 minutes to wrap up discussions.
other animals. Snakes, they're both snakes out. So, stuff like that, aware about that. We look at kite flying, for example, it's not snakes. So, we can't focus on wildlife, or at least we can focus on the animals that are around us.
Like we can bring like you can get the plastic and that will maybe like break which is stronger than that and conservation like you can promote this like direct matter like and can use this system also we can in this like we can set the ground because on this ground we are like separating out we are like clay is also so we can replace the clay with that plastic and
But when we build the plastic, it will also create
in that tradition, like we know we all know like Raksha. So it I Raksha and people are selling that plastic that policy and it is written by that thing only. So you can use small seeds to design the Raksha. So it will be like great and we can after that using that it will grow it and it will go somewhere and it can like promote forestry
We went there. We like did lots of things and not being there. And then around like 70 to 80 alone there. Nobody was actually diverse take part of
one thing I wanted to that also affect them. Often hear about contemporary China, for example, China now. Sometimes people eat chicken meat, that's not right, but I can't eat more, but yeah, other animals, for example, people eat very again very and they can kind of at least minimize the consumption or focus on other activities which are not bad to
Hi, everyone. Have you been able to discuss? Guys? Hi. Hi. 2 minutes, no Maggie. Come on. No, we're done. Hi, everyone. Can I see? Can I see faces this side, please? Hello? Hi. Okay. I seem to have become invisible all of a sudden. Hi. Hello. Some people can see me. I'm still partially invisible. I have a lovely superpower, which is I'm just discovering that. Okay, guys at the back. They can't even hear me. This is even better. Hi. Okay. Can I have all faces this side? Okay, are you ready to now listen to each other? Nobody's ready. Are you ready to listen to each other? Okay. Should we go?